Hey, 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 what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday. We are back today. It is June 4th, 2024, and we're moving right along. I survived my little spider bite, I guess it was. I am not Spider Man. My web slingers don't work, so I guess it didn't happen. Today, guys, we're going to kick off the throwback to the beginning of the investigation with Sebastian Rogers, as I spoke on yesterday. We're going to go right to the very, very beginning and watch things and talk about things from then and work our way forward to where the investigation is at this point. So thank you for joining me. I'm going to finish up what we were checking out on Maddie Soto's case yesterday as well. So get comfortable, grab your seat. We're going to be here for a minute. I appreciate you all joining me. I hope you're all having a great day so far, and hopefully we can finish it out the right way here at the True Crime Cafe. Well, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. What up? What up? Welcome back, everybody, again. Happy Tuesday. Great to have you guys here today, this afternoon, as we go back to the very, very beginning of the Sebastian Rogers disappearance and start like it's a fresh case and check out everything and anything involved in this case from the beginning and see what we come up with. I appreciate y'all joining me today. And as always, poof, Miss Cluminati is joining me today for this as well. She has a lot of insight into this. She's been involved since the very beginning, as we have as well. Boots on the ground at that time, too. So I think it would be a good help, a lot of help with that in sense we can talk about different things. So thank you for joining me, Clue and Colitis, or just Clue, whoever's here. Thank you for being here with us.
And just me for now.
Welcome again. Thank you for being here. Let's see who else we got in here with us real quick. It looks like Miss Carolyn Miller. Hello, hello. Brian's Ramblings. Hello, Brian. It's good to see you, Brad Guy. Miss Kimber, hello to you and welcome back. Good to have you here. I'll also put link out for a couple other people to pop up here with us as well. If need be, want to be. The Doodle Bug is in the house. Hello, Miss Doodle. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Glory, welcome to you. Tomboy Charm, welcome back. Good to see you today. Cal, hello, hello. Good to have you here. Marie Davis, welcome back to you. Doc Holiday, thank you for joining us, sir, ma'am, sir, ma'am. I don't know. Just thank you for joining us. Either way, you're so very welcome here and appreciated. Um, let's see. Bonnie Bailey, welcome back to you. Barbara McGill, great to see you. Truth Not Feelings, hello, sir. And welcome. A Got Change, welcome to you. In Stitches, welcome back. Odin Girl, same to you. Great to see you. Moni in the middle, hello, hello. Welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Jujubee, welcome, welcome, welcome. Barbie, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Aquarian One, welcome. DS, it's great to see you in here today. Dandelion S is in the house. Welcome back to you. Miss B. Williams, welcome back. Great to see you again. T2014, same to you. Evie Marie, always a pleasure. Great to see you today. Always me, 1969. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Let's see here. Make sure. Miss Kimberly Lots, good to see you, Miss Kimberly. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Thank you for joining us. Mocha, welcome back to you. ERT's in the house. Looks like she was the first one in here. Welcome back, ERT. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Welcome, Brian. Again, thank you for that $2 super chat, Brian. That's awesome. We appreciate you very much. Ms. Harmony, welcome to you. Great to see you. Michael 007, welcome, my friend. Great to see you. Welcome to all of you from over the pond. Hey, Sony, good to see you today. Meg, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Sparkling Bubbles, hello, hello. Love seeing all these new names and faces. It's great to have you all in here with us. Miss Kelly, hello, hello. I think Brandy's in here somewhere. Did I see her? Brandy B, the OG. If you're here, there she is. Hello, Miss Brandy. Good to see you. I knew she was in here somewhere. Teresa S., welcome back to you. Great to have you here. I think I got everybody. I think that Book Princess, welcome to you as well. Welcome to everybody. It's wonderful to have you guys here with us tonight. Today, it's not nighttime yet. So used to going live at night now. Mom, Mind of Monsters sent you. Awesome, Mom. Mom is awesome. I'm sure she's working right now, or she'd be in here too. So again, guys, the theory is, and the plan is to go back to the very beginning of the Sebastian Rogers disappearance, the February 26th and forward. Hey, Salty, I just seen you there. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. And that's the plan, okay? And start from the beginning as if we'd never seen this case before. I know it's going to be a little hard because we've already got some stuff in our heads. Welcome, Wendy Blank. Good to see you. And Mama Bear's in the house. And thank you to those of you that went over to Mama Bear's stream today that she had. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I was at the hospital getting stuff pumped through my system, making sure that I wasn't going to turn into Spider-Man. So otherwise, I just missed it by 15 minutes, or I'd have jumped in there too. But thank you guys for supporting Mama Bear's channel. I appreciate that very much. Welcome back. It's me, Tiffany. Good to see you. And yeah, like I said, I'm not Spider-Man, so I think I'm okay. It's pretty nasty, though, you guys. It's pretty nasty. It started off, I woke up yesterday morning with a little dime-size, like, bump. And you could tell, like, what a spider bite looks like. It's got the little puncture mark in the middle. It was a little bit red. I woke up this morning, and it's about that big. And it's swollen and hard, and it's a little bit warm. And the middle of it has gotten a little bit discolored, and it's like, oh, shit. So they went to the hospital. My wife thought it was a recluse bite. He said it's not because there's no necrosis on it, so we're okay. But still, it hurts a little, and it don't look good. So now we know why I don't like spiders. At all. At all. So I'm on drugs to try to get rid of it. It is recluse season. That's very true, Wendy. I got them all. I live out in the jungle, so I have recluses. I have a lot of what the hell are they called? Those big fuzzy nasty ones.
Wolf?
Yes, the wolf spiders. Lots of those, and they're carrying babies all over the place with them. Ugh. I stepped on one the other day out by my garage, and when I went to put my foot down, it kind of jumped a little, and I went to smash it. These little things crawled off its back, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" Freaked me out. I was dancing around like Bing Crosby. Ava Hackshaw, hello. In the jungle. Yeah, I basically, if I could, I'll show you one day, Salty. My backyard looks like a damn jungle. It's all overgrown back through here and all sorts of things. Yeah, the babies took off all over the place. Yes, we got lots of spiders out here. Banana spiders, wolf spiders, quite a few others. I see you, Kimber. My daughter got bit by a brown recluse years ago. She had to have surgery. Wasn't Jesus? Well, if you don't catch it quickly, yeah, it can cause problems. Welcome, Pugopolis.
Well, I shouldn't say he's there because he probably doesn't give a shit. Christina's
I'm on a pretty heavy duty. I'm on doxycycline and I'm taking steroids too. So going to get pumped up. Just kidding. Welcome, Victoria Burgess. Good to see you. Audacity. Welcome back. We got 146 awesome peeps in here and 67 likes. Let's make something happen there, guys. Come on now. We got to get up in that algorithm. Gonna have the gyros for dinner. You're in the jungles of Ohio as well, Audacity. Yes, I live in the country for sure. Country of the country. My skull actually saved me from what? Saved me from the spider bite. The poison couldn't get through the bone. Okay. Well, that's good. Thank you, Doodle. Guess we'll just wait a few seconds here to get everybody else that might be jumping in so we don't have to go back to the beginning of it. Spiders don't bother me as much as scorpions. Well, I would venture not. I mean, Jesus. I find them all the time. You can keep on finding them and keep them there. Steph B, hello. Fox off. Welcome to you. My like thumb is gone. What the hell? You lost your thumb, Bonnie? Had Jen Burris, welcome to you. True Seeker, hello. Scooter, what's going on? Steven's Adventure, welcome back to you. Kaylee, hello and welcome to you. Barbie, great to see you. We got 149 peeps in here, 83 likes. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. You got to tell him easy. He'll rip your hand off. Told you he's a bully. Alfred's a bully. Yeah, he's a bully. The cute little fuzzy one is mean and a bully. What's up, little Pekka? Jesus, Carolyn, that's crazy. Propolis, Wendy Blank. I'm in Northwest PA and the state game lands heading up the mountains. We have all sorts of. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Jones in. Hello. Welcome. The deflectionist is in the house. Hello. New England 2020. Welcome back to you. Activated charcoal paste that works on spider bites. It draws out the toxins so you can be seen by a doctor. That's interesting to know. Okay. Thank you guys for the info. I appreciate it very much. Oh, and I got a sinus infection too. I found out today. Both that I've had for a while, he said. Pegasus, hello to you. Yes, Michael, always busy here. It's always busy here. Never, ever a dull moment. Bend me over. Hello to you. Wow. Did you say hello to Bend Me Over, Clue?
Bend me over?
Yeah, it's the name right there. It says hello.
Hello. Bend me over.
Yep. Sky, welcome to you. Let's see, we got Little Pecker. Truth and Little Pecker. Okay, they're like stacked on top of each other. Welcome. All right. There is. I understand, Michael. There's a link there. If you'd like to jump up here, just a couple of you guys at a time as we get this going. Echo 444, welcome to you. Are you still? I am Echo, but I'm working on a plan to stop smoking altogether. I'm going to be 50 in November, and I want to be stopped smoking by 50. So that's my plan. Cat's Eye, great movie, and welcome.
It doesn't.
It doesn't what? Hi, it's me. I got the new me phone up and running. Okay.
You are being a bad influence.
Hello, Truth.
Hello,
How
Clue.
are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you, Dago?
I'm okay now.
I'm glad to hear that you're not turning into Superman. Although I was looking forward to seeing some of those awesome skills.
Well, I tried the whole website. It didn't work yet. So
that happened. That's some bullshit right there.
I know.
But I've got 2 notebooks and 3 pens ready for this series, so I'm excited about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to get that. And I'm glad you guys are joining me because you both, I know, Truth, you've watched this pretty much from almost the beginning, and you have a lot of the details, of course, clued as well. And she was boots on the ground. So I think, to be able to support each other the way we do this is going to be good with this. So,
yeah, Clue is very, very knowledgeable, probably more knowledgeable than I am on the case. You know what I mean? I think that,
yeah.
She's got a lot of knowledge on it.
Well, like I said, they were boots on the ground very early on. We both jumped on the case right away when, like, the day after, I can't remember exactly which, and they went boots on the ground right away with it. So that helps to know different aspects of mapping and stuff like that too, and all that kind of stuff. And it helps you understand things and how the people are in different areas and all that. So that's why it's important. And of course, Kimber's from that area. You're from that area. That helps too. And the knowledge that you have about certain things helps in a lot of ways too. So I think it's going to be good. For sure. So give me a second here.
I have a feeling it's going to be several long days of going through this, but
it's gonna take more than one day for sure.
I encourage y'all, literally listen to me. If y'all have been taking notes, get a separate notebook, set
brand new one. Yes,
you can come back to it later if you feel like you need to, but start a brand new day one. And what I do, just to give y'all a little bit of an idea, some of y'all might want to use them, some of you might not. I break my notebook into a couple different sections, and I separate it. You can use page separators, whatever, but put a section for each what I call character in the situation, so that when that person's interviewing, you can write their quotes down in that section, and it doesn't become a jumbled mess.
That's a great idea. I have a brand new notebook that has the sections in it that separates it.
Yeah, that's probably even better. I didn't even think about getting one of those.
That's what I'm using. I have a stack of them we got for school this year. He didn't even use half of those, so I have a bunch of them. They don't need that shit anymore because they get their damn Chromebooks. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But still make you buy it.
Exactly. That's what I don't understand.
Do they really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Buy it even though they don't use it?
Nope. Mm-hmm. You may need it. They may need it. Okay. Well, whatever.
When they do, tell me.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I said, when are you going to start using all these folders and notebooks that we bought? Well, we used a couple folders. Dude, I bought like 17 folders and 35 notebooks and a whole bunch of pens and pencils. Like, what the hell are you using? It was like, well, really none of it, Dad. We use this iPad. The Chromebook thing. I was like, Jesus, okay, great. Are they going to reimburse us for that? It's just not. I mean, the notebooks weren't expensive. They were like 17 cents a piece or something like that where I got them, but still. Welcome, Noni. Good to see you.
Yeah, they just ours had to turn in her iPad week before last or something.
Yeah, he did. He turned his in the last day, and he's gonna be going back to get it back because he's got to do a summer school course in the algebra, but he's got a tutor for it this year, so he's gonna need that again to run their program for it. But he passed, thank God. He brought all of his grades up. He had like failing grades from the very beginning of the year. Middle of the year, he was still kind of low. As soon as he got back on the medication, his grades shot through the roof. It's insane to me. Blows my mind. Welcome. How
somebody hasn't figured out yet how to like make a cheating program to like do all your online stuff? Like AI hadn't done that yet?
I'm sure they have somewhere. Honestly, come on now.
I would have
Sally Montage, good to see you. Heather, Baton Rouge, hello. So I watched Two Worlds Collide today. My youngest grandson with his first huge cardboard box clubhouse. Old World. New World was watching as he constructed an antenna for his Wi-Fi internet. That is hilarious, Noni. Absolutely hilarious. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. You know what used to kill me with the school supplies? I seen somebody talking about that. Is we used to have to buy school supplies for the whole class.
Mm-hmm.
I hated that shit. Like, why? Every student has to do it. Why can't we just buy our kids their own, let them use them, and when they run out, we buy more? Well, we have a sharing policy here. Okay. Because some parents didn't buy them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they started doing that. Well, some parents can't afford to do that. Okay, so then let the school fund it, which is what my son's school did. When he was in elementary school, they had that, but high school, no. And yes, we pay for the laptop while they have it. We have to rent them. Isn't that insane?
What?
Oh, yeah. It's an insurance.
Hell no.
It's an insurance that we have to pay. It's not a lot. It's like $25 for the whole year. But it's an insurance that we have to give them. If something happens to it, it pays for, I guess, to fix it. So, whatever. I call it rented. Well, see, I've talked to other people in different places. They didn't have to either. So, I don't know. It's weird.
Listen, I used to have a stamp in my library book or I didn't get my report card, okay?
And then the fees. Oh my God, you guys. The fees are stupid expensive now. What's up, Mom? There she is.
What fees?
What fees? Are you crazy? Dude, you got to pay fees every year. He's in marching band. Well, one, he's in marching band, so we got to pay for stuff for that.
Oh, okay. Well, that
pay his shop fees because he took pottery and he took something else. We have to pay for that.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
Where do you live at?
In Ohio.
Hell no.
Clue, welcome to Tennessee, okay?
Right? Like, we don't pay for none of that shit. No.
You're lucky then.
No, we just tax the shit out of people, don't fix the roads, and then half the money goes into the politicians' pockets. But the rest may be given out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's crazy considering we don't have an income tax, right?
Nope.
You would think we would be broker.
Oh, we have that too. Mom, there's a link if you want to join us up here.
That's why Tennessee needs to pass a cannabis bill so that the tax money can fund the schools and the roads. Just throwing that out.
Oh, yeah. That too. Thank you, Brandy. We got to pay the student ID that he has to have. We pay for that and his locker and padlock fee.
Wait, we just had our own padlockers. People stole our shit.
You have to use theirs. Isn't that nice?
Wait, what?
And then, of course,
it's built in, ain't it?
No, not these ones.
Oh.
I know which ones you're talking about, where the combination things built into the locker itself. No, we don't have those here. We have the separate locks. They have a key on the back because the school wants to be able to access the locks if they ever need to. And so they have a universal key that opens these locks. On the back, there's a key lock to it. They could open it that way, but the kids have the combination. It's kind of retarded, if you ask me. I think it's one of the most stupidest things I've ever seen, but whatever.
I'm going to tell you, they got a missed opportunity there, Dago. Remember the old lockers that you put a quarter in and you had to pull the key out to keep the key? And then when you put
like
bowling alley.
Bowling alley.
Yeah. It should be a quarter a day. You ain't got a quarter, you can't get in your locker.
Absolutely. I got you. Yeah, that's crazy. Plus the band uniforms have to be paid for. And because he plays saxophone, we had to buy new reeds and we had to pay for the sheet music and the books.
Is this private school?
No, did you think so? No, it's wide open public school.
You sure it's not a Catholic school? Because that sounds like a Catholic school.
It is not. Nope. Well, sports, all the sports out here you have to pay for as well. If you play football, you have to pay a certain amount of money. Plus, you got to buy your kids their shoes and all that other stuff. I mean, it's just everything.
I don't have boosters. They don't have like a boosters program
Right.
out there.
The boosters, we do like
Do they hate y'all or something?
They, it's just Ohio's greedy. I'm telling you. Anybody else that lives in Ohio, will tell you it's. They sell chocolates and like flowers, and around Christmas time they sell candles and crap too. It's weird. That's where the band boosters, that money goes. I want to know where that money goes if we're paying for all the other stuff. I've even asked.
I'm asking. Yeah, like
that money is for their trips and for their competitions, and it's for to keep up the maintenance in the band room and all that other fun stuff. Okay.
That's public school. The fuck? No. Listen, here's the question though. And this may determine some stuff. Y'all know, you pay to go into a Friday night football game or like to a soccer game or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Does the school get to keep that money or does the athletic split it with the band?
It goes into the athletic boosters, and then wherever they see fit that it needs to go, that's where it goes.
Hell no. Hey,
it's
Mom.
Interesting. What's up, Mom?
Hello. I just got off work. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. I figured that's what it was. Thank you for joining us.
Yep.
And you too, dogs. Rough. So, all right, guys, we got 200 peeps in here. I think if I got to go back, I guess I'll go back. We got 113 likes. We're in the algorithm. That's awesome. You guys rock and roll. As I stated, for anybody that just jumped in, Walt Harris, I see you there. We are going back to the very beginning, just as if this just happened, and we're going to try to keep we got to try to keep an open mind and kind of forget some of the stuff we already know. And we're going to look at this like it just happened yesterday, okay? And go from there forward. It's going to take some time. We can't do all this in one day, I promise you, because there's so much of it. We have Cluminati here, who was with this case from the very beginning, was also boots on the ground. Truth joined us, who was following this case from the very beginning and delved deep into it and has a lot of information as well. Mom, of course, was involved from the very beginning, just as I was too, and has been watching it since then and has bits and pieces of information that we all can bounce off each other to put together when we need to, as well as all the rest of you. So, thank you again for joining us. And here we go. And if you guys need me to stop, rewind, go forward, turn it down, turn it up, let me know. Either way, if I'm too loud, please say, shut up, Dago, you're too loud. And I'll turn it down. I'm not talking to you either, Truth. So I think Wildfire, welcome. Anybody else that has just recently jumped in, thank you for joining us. Bulldog, good to see you. If I don't catch up with you now, I will later. Because towards the end of this, guys, we're going to finish up the Madeline Soto body cam footage. Paula, good to see you as well. So thank you for being here, guys. Again, if you got a notepad and a pen, grab it, take notes. Again, going to the very, very beginning and going forward from there. Here we go.
To start that breaking news right now, an Amber Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is in the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department area. Caitlin, crews are urgently trying to find him before this colder weather gets into our area. What's the latest on the search tonight?
Absolutely, Mark. And as the sun begins to set out here, crews are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers. As of right now, the search is over 24 hours. They have been searching for Sebastian Rogers, and it is an all-hands-on-deck effort to assist in this search. This afternoon, there are over 150 people in the search party. Crews assisting are TBI, Hendersonville Police, Goodlettsville Police, Sumner County EMS, and Rutherford County Fire and Rescue, just to name a few of the many. Officials tell me Sebastian Rogers is an autistic 15-year-old with glasses, dirty blonde hair, and was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants around midnight Sunday night. One of the risks is that Rogers was on medications.
Definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously, to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is urging all nearby residents to search their garages, barns, any open spaces that Sebastian could be hiding, as well as checking that home surveillance video too for any sighting of it. And then as well, you can visit our website, WKRN.com, for that tip line number to call in. And as always, we'll continue to bring you live updates from the scene as the afternoon progresses. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Can we get a date?
Yep.
Can we get a date on that?
Yeah, I was just about to do that. Sorry, I pulled it down too fast. Hold on. Let me back up.
And I do have one other question if someone might want to answer it in the comments so we don't slow anything up. Can we get a list of all of the departments that was named off of the initial day?
That's what I wanted to do too, and I didn't get a chance. I hit the button too fast. Hold on, I'll got you.
I got TBI, Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, and Rutherford.
Hold on.
There's a few of them.
TBI,
Goodlettsville,
okay.
and Rutherford.
Hendersonville, Rutherford. Okay, see, I didn't even catch that. And this was before EMA and FBI and all that stepped in too, guys. Welcome, SRB and Heather Dawn. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, there were some more in that list. I'm just wondering who else caught them. That's where the chat's really going to help keep us on track here.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to something here real quick. 1 second here.
And I do believe this is the 26th or 27th. I'm not sure which one it is.
I believe it was the 27th. As soon as I get it, I'll give you the exact date on it, guys.
Awesome.
And then we'll move into another one.
While he's doing that, if someone in the comments wants to go back real quick and finish out the list, we have TBI, Goodlettsville, Rutherford, Sumner County. I know that TBI, I don't know if FBI was there or not yet. I guess someone should find that out. It says it right there in the video. Caroline, we don't necessarily have state police. We have state troopers, but it's essentially the same thing. But I'm sure I never actually heard of THP being involved. Have y'all?
The Highway Patrol?
Yeah, Highway Patrol.
I don't think I heard that ever.
That's kind of interesting.
A good question. You would wonder why not, you know? Do they usually get involved in stuff like this down there?
Well, if they believe that they've been taken on a highway.
Yeah, I would say if they thought that he was abducted, they probably would.
Yeah.
And okay.
I just picked up on that.
Interesting.
Did you say they were or not involved?
They were not involved, and they've never been mentioned unless it was said in that little section. And that just clicked with me like, well, if they believed that he wasn't on foot and he was in a vehicle, they would have notified TBI and they would have been a part of the investigation.
Okay. We're going to do this again. Sorry, guys.
Or not
I
TBI,
wasn't
THP.
THP. Yeah, got you. We're going to do this again because I wasn't really ready. And my son started talking to me at the same time. I didn't get notes. So one more time with this one, and then we'll move forward. And pay attention to, if we can, law enforcement agencies, dates. This one was dropped February 27, 2024. Yes, that's the date on this one. And this was the initial breaking news the day after.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Because I think I remember Clue. Am I wrong? Or anybody? This didn't start as a Amber Alert, did it? Didn't it start as endangered?
No.
Correct.
It was Amber Alerted the next day.
Okay.
I don't even think it was endangered at first. I believe at first
It
it was just
was.
runaway, wasn't it? It was
Yeah, I
endangered.
No, it was
Child.
it was endangered.
Hey,
Okay.
QRPS or QRPB, welcome. Again, anybody that just jumped in, guys, we're starting a series that we're going to run throughout the week. We're going back to the very beginning of the Sebastian Rogers case, and we're going to break everything down that we can find piece by piece by piece as if we'd never looked at this case. So grab a notebook and a pen, take notes, and let's do this. For those of you that just popped in here, thank you for joining us. All right, here we go again.
Alert has just been issued for missing Hendersonville teenager Sebastian Rogers. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is in the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department area. Caitlin, crews are urgently trying to find him before this colder weather gets into our area. What's the latest on the search tonight?
Absolutely, Mark. And as the sun begins to set out here, crews are preparing those drones and night vision to continue that search for Sebastian Rogers. As of right now, the search is over 24 hours. They have been searching for Sebastian Rogers, and it is an all-hands-on-deck effort to assist in this search. This afternoon, there are over 150 people in the search party. Crews assisting are TBI, Hendersonville Police, Goodlettsville Police, Sumner County EMS, and Rutherford County Fire and Rescue, just to name a few of the many. Officials tell me Sebastian Rogers is an autistic 15-year-old with glasses, dirty blonde hair, and was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants around midnight Sunday night. One of the risks that Rogers.
Okay, so right there and then, hey Beth, good to see you.
That's
See
weird.
Jag, Kathy. Go ahead, Clue. What'd you catch off that?
Last seen around midnight.
Right. Wearing a black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt, which we do know, and this is where some of these things that we know, we're gonna have to go ahead and use those things. We know that it wasn't a sweatshirt; it was a long sleeve shirt with a print on the front of it. So
I wouldn't even say that yet. I wouldn't even bring that up because later we'll find that out as we go along. If we keep pushing things that we already know, it's going to.
Okay, that's a good point. No, you're right. Good point. We'll just ignore I said that then. But that is weird. Last seen around midnight. Remember that. Okay. Sorry. Moving forward.
was on medications.
Definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there, obviously to treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him.
The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is urging all nearby residents to search their garages, barns, any open spaces that Sebastian could be hiding, as well as checking that home surveillance video too for any sighting of it. And then as well, you can visit our website, WKRN.com, for that tip line number to call in. And as always, we'll continue to bring you live updates from the scene as the afternoon progresses. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Better be taking your notes, kids. There's going to be a quiz after this. I'm just kidding. But see, the reason why I think we should all be taking notes is because we can all refer to each other if we didn't catch something and bounce off each other. I think that's a great idea for that. All right. Moving forward. Here.
Hi, boys.
From Northfield Church in Gallatin, where a vigil is getting underway. Aaron, it's like this young man just vanished.
What date is this?
Sorry, I was getting ready to tell you guys that. This is February 29th, 2 days later. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Carrie and Ray, that's what it feels like, because we are on day 3 and crews, they have been out all day searching the area, but community members, they felt the need to do something. So they're hosting this prayer vigil, coming together, hoping and praying that he does come home safely. Now, a lot of people want to get out in the community to help search, but first responders say just leave that to them. But this is the best way they can help, by praying and also just hoping he does return home. Now, the 15-year-old, they are asking you all to be on the lookout for him, and they say if you do happen to see him, just remain calm.
Our big concerns is the weather, the rain from this morning, the drop in temperature, the wind, and then tonight we're going to be cold.
Day 3 of the search for Sebastian Rogers continues. The autistic teen was last seen near Stafford Court in Hendersonville, wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Hundreds of trained professionals from...
Okay, is this just standard protocol for them to the news to present something this way when they say the 15-year-old was last seen near Stafford Court?
Yeah.
That is protocol. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that just to make sure I'm getting...
They would often not put the address out unless there was some type of reason for their, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be found out, but I think that was just them show us
Sure.
the family.
Got you. Okay. And again, guys, try not to think of the things we already know. Just take it for what it is, like it's brand new.
From departments across Middle Tennessee have been conducting searches with the assistance of horses, dogs, and specialized technology like drones. They've expanded their search efforts and have been paying very close attention to bodies of water.
Many people on the spectrum love water, whether they swim or not. They just...
Okay, I'm also taking notes as to the people that have spoke on this. Jessica Moore. Sorry.
What is the call tag for Channel 5?
SMV, is it?
No, WSMV's for
WA. I can't see it.
I don't know. It's always been News Channel 5. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll find. We'll find it. There's plenty of stuff that comes from this. We'll get it here eventually.
I want to get that list of names when you do that one, though, Dago, if you can share that with me. And that's the good thing. We can share this stuff with each other, too, if you need it.
Exactly, yes. That's why I like the fact that we're all doing the note-taking stuff like that and remembering stuff, because down the road, hey, how many people were here for this? How many people were there? Do you remember this name? You remember that name? Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I think it's a great idea. Executive Director of, what is that? Can't see it because of the...
Who is that?
Her name's Jessica Moore. She says Executive Director.
Yeah, I don't know. Turn the captain off.
Emergency Management Company.
Hold on. Let me shut this off.
Emergency Management.
Autism. Okay.
Well, none of us guessed that one.
No. I didn't even know you guys had a specific place there for that. Interesting. Good to know. Cool. Okay. All right, moving on.
Just the calming nature of water tends to be somewhere, it's a place that attracts them. Ponds, lakes, swimming pools. Obviously, we're in Hendersonville, so we've got a lot of water around us.
Sebastian also takes medication. So Jessica Moore, the executive director of Autism Tennessee, says it's important to find him quickly.
Someone who is used to routine, who has a daily schedule, who has just different aspects of their lives that's just repetitive every day. It can be very stressful to not have those pieces in place.
Authorities have asked neighbors to check their property, including crawl spaces, sheds, small areas he could be hiding at. Moore thinks Sebastian could be a sensory seeker.
Someone who enjoys a lot of pressure, deep pressure. I think he likes to hide, and that those more confined spaces are calming.
And if you see him, remain calm.
Approaching slowly, with calm words, with a calm demeanor. I'm sure that he's feeling a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety. At least I would be in that situation.
She's hopeful they will find Sebastian. Now, this is personal for Moore because she's also a mother and has kids herself, but she also lives here in this Hendersonville community. So she is hoping for the best. Now, this prayer vigil is getting underway now. Now, authorities say the best way that you can help during this is attend events like this, but also keep sharing the poster of Sebastian, and hopefully he is coming home safely. I'll send it back to you all.
Oh, we hope so. Aaron, thank you.
All right.
So that was
News Channel 5, February 29th. There was a prayer vigil that was rolling on that as well.
so that reporter was Aaron Carter, I think.
Yes. Hold on. Okay. WKRN? No, that's
Yep,
2.
that's it. No, that's 2.
That's number channel 2. Sorry. Okay. We'll find it. Don't worry about it.
Channel 17 is Fox. I know that.
Fox 17. Yeah. All right. Let me see here. Give me a second.
WKRN is 5.
That's what I said.
Maybe they run both channels. We have a channel here that runs like 3 different.
I was wrong. She was right. That's not channel 2.
Okay.
Channel 5 is WKRN. Channel 2 is shit. It's ABC. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. WSMV, WKRN.
Okay, we got another one coming from Channel 5 here. And I'm playing multiple news broadcasts because there was different details I found with this case that were dropped on different channels. It's weird. Hey, Kimber. NewsChannel5.com. Thank you. Yeah, 2 is WKRN. Right. WTVF. WFTV. I don't know about that one.
No.
All right, moving forward.
What date is this?
This one is going to be February 27th as well. So this is probably dropped the same. It was dropped same day as the other one, but it's a different broadcast on it. So I believe it is, at least. We'll make sure. If it ends up being the same, I'll just drop it and go to another one. That's all. I just downloaded a bunch of them last night and see what happens.
This afternoon, the search for a missing 15-year-old boy in Sumner County is now an Amber Alert. Hi, everyone. A lot to get to here at 4 o'clock. I'm Hunter Hoagland. Sebastian Rogers left his house sometime Sunday night or Monday morning and has not been seen or heard from since. He has autism, which makes finding him even more important. Hannah McDonald has been on the ground covering this story for us today in Hendersonville. Hannah, do we know why this has now been upgraded to an Amber Alert?
I just got clarification on that, Hunter. In this case, the reason it is an Amber Alert now is because so much time has passed. There's bad weather coming in, and this young man has not had his medication in about 36 hours or more, and he needs it. There are more than 200 searchers currently looking for Sebastian Rogers. And I'll be honest, it's a bit tense. It feels like everyone here has their head on a swivel. Behind me, the Shackle Island Fire Hall is the home base for the search crews. There's a lot of unique ground to cover in this area. This neighborhood quickly goes from suburban to rural. So Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener told me that in order to keep everyone on the same page, they only want professionals searching right now. However, it is so hard to stop people in this community from jumping into action when a child's life is potentially in danger.
Well, you can look right there and see, little kid, he likes to get in buildings, they said. So he could be in that barn somewhere, I've seen people looking through all these here. But if he's scared, he's going to wait and come out when nobody's around, probably. That's the reason I'm trying to ride the road to see if maybe there's a chance he'd come out and I'll see him,
So here's what we know about the missing 15-year-old. At this this point, we know he wandered away from Stafford Court. He is 5 foot 5 inches and 120 pounds. He was last seen wearing his glasses, a black sweatshirt, and black sweatpants. He has autism, which could mean he's drawn to water and closed spaces or places of special interest to him. How you can help law enforcement is by looking in any of your garages, sheds, barns, unused buildings, and checking for him. There's a case. There is the possibility that he is hiding in one of those buildings. In Hendersonville, Hannah McDonald, News Channel 5.
And see, that's something that's been said truly from the very, very beginning about him hiding in buildings and sheds and stuff like that. Always. So
I don't like the way the news does that.
I agree.
Like
I agree.
last seen wearing his glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I do agree.
It gives connotation for sure. That's not necessarily necessary.
Very true. Very true. All right, this next one, guys, is from March 1st, 2024. Again, through News Channel 5. If anybody wanted to know that. I'm guessing Channel 5 is your guys' big deal news place down there.
No,
Yeah.
it's normally 4. You think is 5 bigger than 4 now? I don't know.
I think so.
I thought 5 and 17, Fox 17 were the two biggest ones I've seen things come through. But okay, here we go.
Channel 4.
You don't want anything to happen to anybody, let alone a child.
The heartache is deep in Sumner County as a classroom chair has sat empty all week long, one that belongs to Sebastian Rogers, a missing 15-year-old with autism. He hasn't been seen in 5 days.
A dive team has now been called in to help with this investigation. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell has been following this search all week. Aaron, tell us what's going on out there today.
Well, Emily and Carrie, there's still an active scene out here, but we do know that the Franklin Police Department, they got a call from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday asking if they could send out a dive team. And there was a small police presence outside of the Rogers family home today. There were members of that dive team. Also, there was a raft and an ATV, and officers were just looking at the area, just hoping to look for anything that could lead to Sebastian. But community members, they are just hoping and praying that he comes home safely. It's a busy day inside Warsham's General Store.
Kids are buzzing in and out of here.
It's going to be 4:36.
Some people call it the foundation of the Shackle Island community.
Teachers are grabbing breakfast and lunch.
But this community hasn't felt stable since Monday, after 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home on Stratford Court.
My entire school is in a constant state of prayer for him.
Patricia Shemansky is Sebastian's former 8th grade teacher at T.W. Hunter Middle School.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
She says Sebastian may have autism, but he's extremely high functioning.
He has a great sense of humor, loves to.
Boom. That's from his teacher, folks.
Can I ask a question? She was his 8th grade teacher, is that correct?
Fifth grade.
So what grade?
I thought she said 5th. Hold on.
Grade.
Let me back it up real quick. I'm sorry.
People. He loves animals.
She says Sebastian may have school.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves.
Damn it.
This community hasn't felt stable since Monday, after 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home on Stratford Court.
My entire school is in a constant state of prayer for him.
Patricia Shemansky is Sebastian's former 8th grade teacher at T.W. Hunter Middle School.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
She says Sebastian may have.
What'd you say? Truth?
I know we're not supposed to be going back in the past, sir.
Mhm.
But am I correct by saying that Sebastian was finishing up his freshman year in high school?
At 15, you should be becoming a sophomore.
Okay, then how did that teacher know that Sebastian had autism if he had only had his diagnosis for 3 months?
No idea. Unless they thought that he did and he was just never diagnosed correctly until that point. Well, he's in 9th grade, freshman year. The year before that, he would have been. No, you're right. Okay. That's a good question.
That just struck me as odd.
No, that's a good question. I agree. That's what this is all about. Very, very good point. That's what this is all about, guys. Pay attention to everything and anything. Okay. And as she's stating that he's very, very high functioning, she claimed. Okay. So he's not an invalid, as a lot of people have made him out to be. Yeah, this is probably a K through 12, I would guess. So they're all in the same building, just separated into different hallways. Steven says it's in the record in the school.
That's awesome. I don't think it's like that though, because Beach High School is Beach High School.
Yeah.
So it's not K through 12.
Right. So my whole thing is, how would an 8th grade teacher know that he had autism?
Well, wait a minute, because they just showed his school as being WB something middle school, right?
That was his old
middle school.
Okay, that's what I wondered. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you.
So then once
Well, I will say this. You said this morning that it takes more than like a test
True.
to get diagnosed. So could this have been something they've been working on?
Probably.
Okay. Right. I get that. I see where you could say that. I just don't. Yeah. Okay. I got you. I can.
And
live
they
with
probably
that.
needed to do all that to be able to get his IEP put into place, because I know we went through that with Caden. That took 2 years. So,
well, he would have had an IEP in place for the chromosome deletion already.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
All right. I'll shut up. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Again, that's what this is all about, guys. Captain Jenks, his birthday. Oh, that's a good point. Do you know that, Clue?
What?
December. It's December 4th, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
I might be wrong, but I believe that.
What's up, Mom?
He has a Name Us file. Name Us will have his birthday on there. If I leave my screen, it'll kick me off the stream.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. We'll get it.
December 7th, there you go.
December 7th, 2011. Okay. There we go. All right, guys.
Autism, but he's extremely high functioning.
He has a great sense of humor, loves to laugh. He's a jokester. He's extremely smart.
Feeling helpless as they wait around for answers, her school decided to honor Sebastian by wearing his favorite color.
If you have to pick a pencil, you pick the green one, you know. You pick a folder, you pick a green one. So he always picked green, so we knew it was his favorite.
This week, multiple agencies have searched thousands of miles for Sebastian, using scent-trained dogs, horses, and technology, but still no luck.
Typically, autism children are drawn to water. So if there's a pond or a lake on anyone's property, to look those places.
Andrea Haynes also knows Sebastian likes small spaces.
Sebastian came to my classroom because it's a small classroom. He always was smiling and always had a great imagination when it came to drawing.
They're hopeful he will return home safely.
All right, thank you.
Standing firmly together as a community.
I also have such hope in the team that I saw going out there. They are taking this extremely serious, and from what I saw them doing, they're leaving no stone unturned.
We love him, that we're all praying for him and wishing for his safe return.
So in addition to those teachers, we saw several community members out here today wearing this exact color here, green. They're just sending their hopes and prayers that Sebastian returns home safely. Now, authorities, they're asking folks in the area to still check their home surveillance video if you see Sebastian or see anything suspicious. And if you do happen to come across him, of course, call police immediately. I'll send it back to you all.
Yeah, we're hoping for a good update soon, Aaron. Thank you.
All right. Well, that gives us a little bit of insight into him. His teachers all loved him, obviously, which I think is great. What's up?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. All right, moving on. All right. This one is going to be 11 days in. Again, News Channel 2. The exact date on this one is March 8th.
The Sumner County Sheriff says the landfill search in the Sebastian Rogers case turned up nothing. Sebastian has been missing for 11 days now. The 15-year-old has autism, and investigators say he does not have his medication with him. News 2's Adam Mincer looks at what has law enforcement learned, and after searching the highs and lows all across state lines.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers must be somewhere.
So we're doing everything we can. Every lead that we get, we're following.
Now, after a week and a half, Sumner Sheriff Sonny Weatherford put out a statement saying, while we had hoped for a different outcome, our commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. The sheriff's office began the search on Monday, February 26th.
I couldn't recall off the top of my head when the last search like this was.
Starting with a 2, then 5-mile radius search in the Shackle Island area. Law enforcement then expanded the radius exponentially. According to Sumner County officials, crews searched more than 2.
Okay. I'm stopping that for a second so I can write that. Started with a 2 and then went to a 5-mile search radius.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went exponentially larger.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know some people may think that may not be important, but I think it is.
Who was the reporter on this? Does anybody remember what was said?
Not yet. I'll get it though. I think he'll say his name here when he stops. Again, yes, the sheriff's name is Deputy Sheriff Eric Craddock. If anybody is interested in writing that down as well.
Wait a second. No, the sheriff is Sonny Weatherford.
Hottie.
Sheriff is Sonny Weatherford.
Yeah, the sheriff is Sonny Weatherford, and that's who just put the statement out. The
Sonny
investigator
Weatherton?
or the
Weatherford.
Weatherford, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Who is Craddock then? I thought he was the actual sheriff.
Deputy.
He's the deputy sheriff.
Chief? Deputy sheriff or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but mind you that Sumner County Sheriff's Department is law enforcement, unlike Davidson County.
Right. Got you. See? These things are important, folks. And it's good to have people that live there that know these things. Thank you, guys. Juju says Sheriff Hottie. What the hell ever. You guys have been drooling over this guy since forever.
They really have.
Seriously. All right, moving on.
2,000 miles on foot, went through Sebastian's home about 10 times, and deployed drones, helicopters, horses, search dogs, and dive teams.
We absolutely obliterated covering the area where Sebastian could have walked off to.
Chief Deputy Craddock repeating to reporters,
We're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family's been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement and our investigation. The family's been nothing but cooperative under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family's been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement and our investigation.
TBI released a statement.
Okay, so as of March 8th, 2024, they're still claiming that he walked off, okay? There's been nothing to say that he didn't based on what he just said. And that standing right there was Deputy Sheriff or Deputy Chief Deputy. That's what they called him. Hottie, whatever you guys call him anyway. The girl from the woman from the TBI and the gentleman from the EMA are all standing there together at that point. We'll get their names too. Anyway.
Can we go over a couple things with that? Because I do think there's some important things.
Any, like I said, we got to stop 300 times. It doesn't matter. We'll do it.
Okay, so all right. So we know 10 times on the 11th or day 11, March 8th, it was reported by Deputy Eric Craddock that there had been at least 10 times through the home.
Yes, sir.
We know that. We know that he reported the family had been cooperative, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what else? Do we have anything else that he said specifically?
Divers had been brought in at this point. Dogs had been brought in. Divers, dogs, and multiple agencies.
And drones.
And drones. Thank you, Mom. I knew there was something I was forgetting. And horses. Horses, dogs, drones, and divers. Yes.
I always wonder if I like look too far in what people say, but I found the statement he made there a second ago a little weird. He said covered every area he could have walked out to.
No, I mean, that's what this is about, Clue. So I see what you're saying. Every area he could have walked out to.
And what's also interesting is he said, Deputy Eric Craddock said, we have obliterated the area. And that's a very interesting choice of words. You wouldn't say that if you weren't convinced that you had absolutely touched every part of the area. That, you know what I mean? Like, that's a very direct statement. I think it's important.
They also claimed, guys, that they had let me see where it went with 2,000 miles. They had covered over 2,000 miles, right? Even before this, okay? Total.
Well, and he also says we're working on the assumption.
Yeah.
He ran away.
That's it. And Mom, you got anything?
That pretty much hits on it. Just that they still believe at this point, being day 11, that he walked off and that the family's been cooperative.
Yep. They have said that every time that the family is still being cooperative. So that's a good thing. Okay. Are you ready, Truth?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the family's behalf, responding to comments online, wondering why the family hasn't said much publicly. We have been requested by the family to let local media know that they are not in a position to speak to or be available to the media at this time. After that statement, the parents spoke, telling a podcast host Sebastian doesn't have his phone with him, hasn't been talking to anyone online, and doesn't have social media.
A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
Then on day 8 of the search, Sumner County said it was time to scale back.
Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian.
Suddenly, the case moved north to a landfill in Hopkins County, Kentucky. The Sumner sheriff says that's where the trash for Sebastian's neighborhood ends up. And the person who picked up, that's where the trash county, Kentucky. The Sumner sheriff says to a landfill in Hopkins County, Kentucky. The Sumner sheriff says that's where the trash for Sebastian's neighborhood ends up. And the person who picked up the trash the morning Sebastian went missing told them where he dropped off that load. While they said the search was precautionary, nothing came from it.
Now, the landfill for it came from the construction site. This actually was the trash from their home. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Clarify that.
Another dead end and a search entering its second.
What's up, guys? That is the billboard. A billboard.
Well, there's your proof right there.
Bingo. Right there. Anybody that's asking, there is one of the billboards right there. So, no, this is why, again, I wanted to do this. The trash that they went to search the landfill for was from their personal home garbage, okay? Not the construction site. And again, it was protocol. They said it was just precautionary. There was no reason they gave for that. Bingo. Anybody that was questioning the billboards, bing, bang, bong, it's right there. The good one, too. Nice and big and bright.
Second week. In Nashville, Adam Mintzer, News 2.
We did ask the sheriff's office for updates on the case, specifically for the 911 calls or calls to the Sumner County area the day Sebastian disappeared, how many tips they have received, and whether they have any active leads in this case. And so far, we've yet to hear back.
Okay. All right, moving on. Since we did cover that, started to, 1 second. All
Did you hear
right.
anything in there interesting that time, Mom, or Clue?
Not me.
Not really, just that they asked for the 911 calls and active tips, and to get any responses, it seems like they would have at least got a number of tips, because usually they're pretty open about that. I just find it odd.
Unless what? Would
What do you
there be
mean?
a reason that they wouldn't be?
I mean, they could give a general number of how many tips to let people know, let the mainstream media know, to let the community know that there are tips coming in. They don't have to give an exact number.
Right, but I'm asking, would there be a reason why they wouldn't give an assumption or a possible, or anything? I mean, does that hold any weight, is what I'm asking.
I don't know if it would have any weight, but I know it's interesting, because I can understand holding the 911 calls, but not the number of tips. Like, I've never seen law enforcement hold the number of tips. Like, even
Well,
with
they said, in the one before that, they had said over 300 tips or something. So
yeah,
Okay.
it's between the two news stations. Like, is 5 getting more information than 2? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Right. It's interesting. That's why I asked who the predominant news source was in that area. Was it 2, 5, 17? You know what I mean? So,
well, 5 is actually down. Is it 5 that's downtown or 2 that's downtown? I think it's 5 that's downtown.
Is it? I don't know. It's over by NES. It seems like it's 2.
Yeah,
but
downtown.
Which one is Nashville News? What is that channel?
All of them.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hey, Paige, good to see you. Critical Minds, welcome. Lisa Mounts, welcome. Again, for those of you that may have just popped in, we are going back to the very, very beginning of the Sebastian Rogers case, watching and listening to and reading through anything that came out from the beginning and going through it piece by piece by piece. Grab a pen and a paper, notebook, whatever you want. Take notes and see what you come up with and see what we can all come up with together on this. We're moving on now to where are we at here? March 3rd, 2024, 3 months ago. The lovely and amazing Miss Duchess gave the first ever interview given to any of the parents, which was Chris and Katie Proudfoot, which we just saw a clip of on the news that we just saw. So moving into that interview, I'm going to speed it up just a little bit so we can get through it faster. And maybe I don't want to scan through it because I don't want to miss anything. But if anybody needs me to move something around, back it up, forward, whatever, let me know. I'm also going to throw on the caption, so if there's anything word-wise, since we speed it up, you don't catch. Let's go there and see if that's not too fast. All right, here we go. And again, this was Duchess for the Missing. Dutchie comes in here all the time. She's the one that started doing some of the billboard stuff over here, and has been a huge, huge part of this case from the very beginning. All right, guys.
You know, I do have friends that live in Tennessee, and that's really important for me to just try to extend my reach. I know a lot of search and rescue people, and I make missing flyers myself, and it's good to have connections, because if I have a case, just like his mother's cousin reached out to me, she knows me personally, and I was like, well, I know a bunch of people that I can call on that will be able to help get this case out. So it looks like that we have them coming up on panel. So if you guys will please welcome Sebastian's parents to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you joining us.
You're welcome.
We had a really good conversation today, and I appreciate you being willing to talk to me about Sebastian going missing. So I guess I will just kind of start out with Tell me what happened the day that Sebastian went missing. I know that his mom said that he was having a good day. He had had a great weekend. So do you want to walk us through what that looks like again for everybody?
He did have a really good weekend, actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, he was playing. When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man.
I'm going to say this first and foremost. The first thing I'm going to say, anybody that claims that Katie Proudfoot was not distraught when this happened and did not show emotion, did not cry, does not anything, you're full of shit, okay? Listen closely. That's all I'm saying.
And doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night that, now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to.
Okay. Fell asleep on the couch around 10 o'clock. Anybody, anything? You want me to keep stopping for or back up for?
No.
Can you hear the emotion in her voice, Clue? Anyway, moving forward.
One question, right? I want to make sure.
Go ahead.
Make sure I heard that. I apologize.
You're
So
fine.
She said, "I fell asleep on the couch at 10 o'clock."
Around 10 o'clock, yeah.
That part's always confused me.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Again, that's why we're doing this, you guys. Absolutely why we're doing this. Well, shaky, yes, she does, because she's probably like mentally and emotionally completely compounded. So of course she's going to sound shaky. She's trying not to cry. She's trying to be able to talk. So she's a mess, as she should be expected to be. Any mother would be, or should
Guys,
be.
mind you, we're supposed to be thinking about this like it's the first time we've watched this, okay?
Yep.
I know that there's some going to be referring back, but we really have to pretend like they're innocent right now. We don't know any of the family drama, just strictly for what it is.
Right. And just keep your mind as open as you can on this. She was supposed to be on the phone from the there. I know, Paula. Let's listen to it and see what we pick up here, though, and try to, again, like we never heard this before. Do your best to keep that in your mind.
To bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight. And nothing.
Okay. Sebastian went to bed around 9 p.m. She got up off the couch and went to bed around midnight. And we can break all this down as we get to those points, guys. Okay. Are we good?
It was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone.
Be absolutely transparent. parent, 9:43 to 9:46. They were on the phone. Or 9:46. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Welcome, Paige. Congrats and thank you for joining into the sauce and becoming a meatball. Welcome to the family.
For quite some time, the call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch.
Okay. Call logs have all been verified by all agencies. Sorry, guys. I don't write very fast, so I'm probably going to have to keep doing this. Please don't be irritated with me if you can help it. Katie started falling asleep on the couch. Bingo. Okay.
I had said, hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed. Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? She goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any.
Got a couple kids in the school. Wonder if they spoke with them.
I thought she said that.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
He doesn't have social media and he's only got a couple friends at school. Gotcha.
Any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be.
Right.
And seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
He's very young in mind.
Yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15 and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis just to be sure. If you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched, just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters.
Okay, so as of March 3rd, National Guard was brought in as well. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. And did he say fixed wing aircraft?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and helicopters.
Gotcha. Sorry, guys. Moving on.
Horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. I mean, the outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. I mean, we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting you right now. Was his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at it, but he doesn't
I understand.
time and money.
And Single Mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, Single Mom, that, he sees his real father.
I wanted to point out, because she was being talked over at that end point.
Right.
She said he has no concept of money or time.
That's a good point. Thank you. Sounds just like my son. And doesn't know anything about riding on a city bus, folks.
No, they don't have those here.
Right. No concept of money or time. Great catch, great point. Thank you. And thank you, Doodle, for that. All right. On we go.
Every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware, and he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? You know, I mean, it's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good.
Okay. Just one time when I hate to be able to have to act like I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, so as of right now, it's very hard right there, especially. What'd you say?
I'm sorry, somebody just sent me something.
Oh, okay. So as of right now, there's a very good parental working unit. They're working together. They have been, so on and so forth, moving forward.
What was what was the date of this?
This was
March 3rd, day
March
11.
Yep.
Huh.
Why was
Yeah,
that?
exactly. But we can't do it. We can't go back and
I
talk
know.
about things we
I'm
already know.
not doing. That's why I'm sitting over here quiet as a little church mouse.
I was biting my
God.
tongue. I was biting my tongue. Yes, I get it.
Right? Guys, in the comments, I know y'all are calling out irregularities. That's cool or whatever. But the point is that we're not thinking about what we know, right?
I'm not even looking at those.
Yeah.
We have to try to act like we have no idea about what we know as of right now.
Yeah. So and you may change some. I'm already seeing some things that I had missed in the first go around. So
that's exactly why I want to do this. 100%. It makes a big difference, folks. Okay. This is so hard. On we go. Yes, clean slate. Wipe it clean. Squeeze it out.
That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I'll give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. And so it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. He Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends. Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open up doors if for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area, and I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. I mean, they have let the apartments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras, everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, so he probably knows the route to his father's house. So maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search is there.
Okay, hold on. Probably knows the route to his father's house. Anybody else catch anything or need me to go backwards or anything? Welcome back, Kimber. And Chris said that's not been ruled out. Okay.
Did he say thousands of hours of
Thousands
video
of hours, all video. Yes, a lot.
Thousands. So, can we do a little math real quick, just based on that? So, if he's gone between midnight and 6 a.m., that's 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's say there's 3 cameras per house, right? Just on average, just to make it easy.
Yeah.
We'll say 2. Okay, 2 to make it easy. So that's 12 hours per house.
Yeah.
And that would have to be wow.
A lot, right?
But
that tells me there's a lot of footage that they went through and didn't find shit, according to them. That's
Well,
crazy.
Cletus said, "Hold on for a minute."
So the other side of that is, right, as an investigator, I wouldn't think you would take just somebody on their word. So
Yeah, they're gonna get it.
Not only would you look for midnight to 6, but you would look for anything else that could document the timeline that you were given.
Roger
so
that.
I would think you would look for camera footage from earlier that would document when they actually arrived home.
Right.
Looking back on it, you know they did do, right?
We can't look back.
We don't know that yet. So I wonder if they looked back earlier before midnight.
I'm sure.
Probably from the
They
time they
probably
got
asked-
home.
They would have probably asked for, like, my assumption would be all day Sunday.
Yeah.
Through when they got the footage, maybe even Saturday.
Just to verify that he was home that night, to be sure that he was there to even go to bed that night. Right. That makes sense. Okay. Very good point. So far, it seems like Ellie is doing their job on this, guys. I'll have to say that much for sure. El Bariqua. Listen, I'm not confused. We are going back to the very beginning on this case as if we have never touched this case before, with our minds wide open as if we don't know the things we know already. It's going to be hard, but that's why I sound crazy right now, okay?
Tell me you don't read your chat without telling me you don't read your chat, because she was talking about someone called her rude in the chat, not because of what you're covering.
That's freaking hilarious.
Somebody called who rude?
They worked it out. It's all good.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying. I'm not even looking at chat because it's just gonna.
Oh, hello,
I'll be
Bariqua.
the one that's in there like typing. We don't know this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard. I knew Truth said this last night. It's gonna be hard, Dago. It's gonna be hard, and I know it is. We'll get through it. We will get through it. We're good people. We're tough. We're smart enough to do this. We just have to keep squashing shit. That's all it is, and go backwards like we don't know it. End of story. So again, moving forward, and anybody that's being rude, do not disrespect my moderators nor anybody that's on this panel, period. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Moving forward.
Conducting is extremely widespread and thorough. So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, dad will come.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Katie here at this point. Normally he just says he wants to go to his dad and they call him. I wonder if that's a regular thing. You know, if it's not Seth's or his dad's visitation, I wonder if he has said, "Hey, can I go to my dad's? I know it's not his time, but can I go there?" And if it's happened, do you know what I mean?
I could imagine that maybe he would go to his dad's if he was in trouble.
That's hey,
never mind. Sorry, never mind. We don't know that yet.
Well, as a child, though, a normal child that got in trouble
That's
at
a
home.
normal assumption.
Exactly. He gets in trouble at home. I want to go to my dad's. I don't want to be here, right? You know what I mean?
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Moving on.
Come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, he's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that.
See, I don't remember that. that they'll meet him halfway sometimes to meet up with him to hand him off to his dad. Does you guys like where would that be? Halfway between where?
Yeah.
Springfield area.
What'd you say, Cletus?
The Jolton or Springfield area.
Gotcha. Exactly, Salty. Very good stuff. All right.
That way.
Right.
I mean,
Darky, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's favorite color. What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. It's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you
I
guys,
feel so bad for Katie.
I know that sometimes
like she's so quiet, she'll start to say something and Duchess will just cut her off. I'm not blaming Duchess or throwing shade. I'm just saying she's so like soft spoken.
And she's completely broke down too. Every time she's trying to touch, you can hear her in the background. You know what I mean?
I just look at it. I know it's in the future, but for the narrative of her not getting to talk, you know what I mean? She's trying, you know what I mean? Like 100%. I've heard it happen like 3 times now, and it's like, okay.
And it's probably because you can't hear her speak up because she's crying a little bit, and she is very, very soft. She's got a very soft voice, so I agree. And so far, we got that he loves green, he loves Minecraft, he loves to dance, he's got a great quirky smile, which you can see, obviously, in those pictures. He's a great-looking, very handsome kid, and very happy-looking so far. And we did hear from his teachers. He was always smiling. He was always happy. That's a good thing. You know what I mean? He was a happy child, which is another interest. It's very interesting to hear that. So moving forward.
When we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Discovering the truth. I'm sure that they are probably looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI, was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is that they were consulted and the card team I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team. And that.
Okay. So, interestingly enough, I didn't know that. March 3rd, the FBI was they reached out to the FBI, to the CART team, and they are not there on the ground. TBI is. I didn't know that.
All right, what are the words for card? What's the
well, the behavioral analysis
is something children's rapid something.
response. Children's rapid response team. Yeah, the CART team. There's another word in there I'm missing though.
It's not autism, is it?
It's not child abduction response team.
Child abduction. Yeah, I think it is the child abduction
that's it.
team. Thank you.
That's it.
Let me write that down.
That's weird.
It is because
I don't know that that's what it is. Let me just look it up.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
Well, now mind you,
but Google don't.
Mind you, sorry.
Well, hold on. So they were there?
No, what he's saying is the misinformation was that the FBI was on the ground. However, that's not true. TBI had reached out to the FBI CART team to try to figure out or work out if he qualified for them to come in.
So one thing, so a CART team is a child abduction response team. However, it is a multi-agency, often multi-jurisdictional composite of community professionals. So it may not be specifically FBI.
Yeah.
Well, I think that when they reached out to the FBI, they reached out to the behavioral analysis team, who in turn will break this down to see if the CART team is if it does qualify for the CART team, which is, like you said, a combination of.
Listen to it again.
Yeah, of course.
Just so we make sure. I think y'all are right. I just want to.
And it's dad will come down here. We meet him halfway.
Oh, whoa.
It looks like he's such a sweet young man.
But here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream. He is swimming pool bound.
What the hell is that?
Discovering the truth. I'm sure that they are probably looking.
Everybody okay?
What is that noise?
No idea what that was. It hurt my ear though. We good? Mom, Truth, everybody good?
Good.
Yeah, it was probably my phone trying to come back to life.
Oh, okay. No worries. I just making sure everybody was okay. All right, moving on.
Looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI, was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is that they were consulted and the CART team, I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team, and they are trying.
Okay, so there it is. The behavioral analysis team or their CART team. Gotcha.
But what does he say to see if you
say again?
You kind of cut it off. What does he say?
Trying to work. Hold on. Sorry.
I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team. And they are trying to work with them from a distance, they're not physically present, to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay.
You guys got it now? Are we good?
Mhm.
Okay.
Card, like
he said.
a card.
I'm sorry, say again.
Well, she
It's
said
card.
one thing and he said another.
Yeah, that's why I was confused too. So they're working with them from a distance with the CART team person to see if they qualify. If he qualifies, I got you.
It's card, like a playing card. It's the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment. It's a card.
Oh, I thought it was CART. I thought it was CART. I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry, my signal kept cutting in and out, so I didn't want to unmute with it acting crazy.
My apologies, folks. Child abduction response. Okay, I got you now. That makes
Rapid
sense.
deployment.
Rapid deployment. Yes. Oh, I need smacked around sometimes.
Light and sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to
We
see
haven't been
if
able
he
to
has
find
been
any
chatting.
evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Good. Because digital evidence is really important.
Didn't Katie just say something underneath that? Hold on.
To help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay. Light and sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to
We
see
haven't been
if
able
he
to
has
find
been
any
chatting.
evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices, there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message, to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator. And
Okay, there's that if you guys want to get that. One phone, extremely locked down, and he only had access to his list of people.
Calculator, camera.
And camera. And I'm sure that the list of contacts was made up by mom and dad or Chris and mom, whatever.
Can I ask a stupid question?
The only stupid question is the one you don't ask.
That's not true. So when she says there's no evidence of a secret phone, what would be considered evidence that there was a secret phone? A charger? Like, I don't understand that statement.
So this is a weekend, right? This is the Sunday before. Well, it would have been a Sunday 1 week from the last time he was seen, the 25th, right? So by that, in that amount of time, I would think they could have determined. They could have determined what phones were in the area registered to a network, what phones were maybe at the house registered to a Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
They were bouncing off, from inside that house, right?
But one thing, this just happened to make me think.
Mm-hmm.
So when she said that, right, is one thing that would take time to figure out, but I wonder if they have looked at. So let's say that he had a phone, nobody knew about it, and it wasn't on. It wouldn't show. There wouldn't be any evidence of it. But let's say he had it, he took it with him,
and then turned it on. Yeah.
The only way anybody would be able to determine that is if they pulled records of all the towers in the area and looked at the registration location of the registration and it not be in sync with a house. Does that make sense? And then there's probably would be a few of them that appeared suddenly that weren't like with a house or things like that, but I would wonder if they have done that.
Right.
Because
What's up,
that
Penny?
would be a way to get an idea of him, or
That
some
would,
trace of him.
wouldn't you think that that would be awfully fast for the retrieval of that much information, then the process of that much information, then releasing that to the parents?
Well, but in a week, I mean, it would honest to God, if they're looking at that, it wouldn't be surprising to me that they're still working through it, because that's a lot of data and a lot of filtering and figuring out, right? But a week in, they wouldn't have any evidence of that, because that would be a needle in a haystack trying to pull that within a week.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe she did say no evidence. So
right, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't.
I think she's talking about like in their house.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, and at that point, this is only 11 days in. So at that point, it's going to take a long time to figure something like that out, to be honest with you, because they have to check phone numbers that are called into from other phones and things like that. So, and it hasn't had there's been no contact to Chris and Katie and or Seth that we know of. Wait, we're not that far in yet. Stop. Anyway, moving forward.
And that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation, you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think that's sweet. I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings, because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. Cindy Caton, thank you for being here. She says, are there any old wells that maybe he accidentally fell in, or any areas or mines that he might be at risk of coming in contact with? I know sometimes those things occur out in Tennessee. The divers, have they found any possible leads? I know that I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
They're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they have searched, they've dived them all for sure. They've walked, I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers, it's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes. So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those are enclosed and secured, but the runoff, water runoffs were all searched by a dive team.
Okay. And I know Ginger Snap said his law enforcement looking into the possibility that he met a friend through Minecraft. I hope that they would just go ahead and vet all of that just to make sure, because you never know. I'm not really sure how all of that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate like via Xbox because my son is a gamer. So, and Gabrielle, I believe that you guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes, my wife was at Costco on Saturday.
Yeah, not
the shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were at BJ's on Sunday.
Okay, and when it comes to a restaurant or?
No, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay. So Costco Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
Yes.
He loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, He does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation. Anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." But yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming.
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
that we cannot release right now.
Okay,
That is not
I
something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right.
put out to the public.
And
Hey,
we
Dago.
respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure that I understood that right. So what Chris just said was all the electronics were being gone through by police, and then
Right.
Katie in the background said they're still going through them, right?
Yeah.
And then Chris responds with, but they said everything is empty.
I think that's what I heard. Yes. You want me to go back?
No, I think
Yeah,
that's what I just wanted.
I wanted you to play it one more time.
Okay, no problem. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me know if I'm too far back or ahead.
Oh, okay. So Costco
so-
Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation. Anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate."
So
Yeah,
he just said everything is empty.
Right, and she actually said, I thought that's what I heard, but she said they combed.
Yeah, they went
all of
all the electronics, and he said, "You guys." They told them, "You guys are everything is empty. You guys are good. There's nothing there." So,
thank you for correcting me on that.
Absolutely.
Through social media or through any type of gaming.
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
that we cannot release right now.
Okay,
That is not
I
something that
understand.
has been authorized.
Okay.
Katie almost answered that.
I know. So LE is wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon, and Chris says they cannot release that right now. All right. Yeah, I think Katie almost did say this. Poor girl. All right. And that is, again, guys, at this point, this is March 3rd.
Authorize us to
Right.
put out to the public.
And we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He likes
he's
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play chess.
Carrie Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called? Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
all devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah. That's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
We wouldn't restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah. Safety is not restricted in this house.
What?
Okay, I do have another question before I
Safety is not restricted in this house. Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
All devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah. That's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
We wouldn't restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah. Safety is not restricted in this house.
Oh, okay. He's saying that
Okay,
he
I
doesn't.
do have-
He's saying they don't restrict the ability for Sebastian to call 911.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we all went, what did you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, good point. I didn't even catch that from the first time we heard this. So good point. Good point.
I have one other question before I read what was his is saying. There was something I was going to ask you. Let's go ahead and do was his question right now. Shackle Island Road and New Shackle Island Road, are they in the same area?
New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too. Now, something I do want to ask you is because I've been watching social media because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms. And I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. And it's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
you know,
But
and it's
people that are
perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal. So, I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not like you said earlier, it's not about you, it's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't care.
Wish this on
Nobody should ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well, and we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good? Can you hear me? Did I lose you guys? Can you hear me? Chris, are you there? Can you hear me? He's a high functioning autistic young man. So, okay, well, that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No.
On his phone?
Okay, well, that's good. And Rhonda wants.
We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks and he loves to run.
Okay, well, that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No.
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Yeah, and he left his phone at home, so he doesn't have it. Says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as the special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone so they couldn't access the websites, that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was
Okay.
able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, in a couple of the texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they may can understand some of the things that you may be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where they've predominantly been focusing their searches.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Okay, well, that's good to know. David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Reckless Ellis, thank you for being here. Reckless Ellis says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but if the news was on my property, I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoke to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So, no, I mean, as far as yelling at the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I hope that helps, Reckless Ellis, and thank you so much for being here. Let's see. That's right, Leave It to Beaver. These are real people. Focus on the missing baby. Exactly. Thank you for being here, Miss Chewy. It's so good to see you. That's right. We all know that the child is in danger and needs to be home where he's safe, and that's all we need to know. I just want to make sure that people understand, like, this family is really going through it, and the focus needs to be on the child. So, and we just appreciate anyone that's able to get out there. Now, do they also have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search?
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply, deeply being checked.
Baby, about to eat.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to announce your departure. Light and Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not these kids that, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not.
He's not glued to it.
He's not. Because of his restrictions, he knows that what it's for. It's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your
Trying to
phone.
teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We work together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just
Who was he saying was amazing?
chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being.
That's what I said too. What? Julio? Is that somebody in the chat?
I don't know. That's what I was questioning. I never heard that the last time. Let's see again.
Or it's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your
Trying
phone.
to teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We work together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate.
Who the hell is that?
We welcome all opinions. How long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And please come back again.
Get him,
Who the hell is Julio?
Here to the chat. I try to not get distracted.
Was it maybe somebody in the chat?
I think it was a troll. You know how Chris's sense of humor is?
Oh, no, that was
I'm looking
maybe
down.
maybe somebody was in the chat, but he wasn't being a.
Yeah, but unless they were saying like maybe it was a reference to like
Chris has got
pot or something. I don't know.
I don't see anybody with the name in her chat down here, but she removed him.
Somebody say did some no, she didn't remove the Julio guy. Those are two different people. If you play it again, he talks about, Julio, I worked with him in California, which I would assume would be maybe someone in the Navy.
Right.
So I'm wondering if someone in the chat said something about, do you know Julio? And
yeah, but
let's hear it again.
And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your
Trying
phone.
to teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We work together out in San Diego, so.
Is that a question from somebody?
Yeah, Marie, Tennessee said no, it was a former coworker of Chris's.
What brought it up?
Right. Somebody had to be talking about it in chat.
All right, well, we can figure that out when we need to, for sure. I got it.
He's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but we're just, how long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And please come back again. Okay, let's get back over here to the chat. I try to not get distracted.
I love how she does that. So like proper, like, you know what I mean? That
It's
cracks.
distraction. Please come back again.
Have a wonderful night. I love Duchess. She's hilarious.
She's got a very elegant way of saying "go fuck yourself."
Basically, is what I'm saying. That's why it was funny to me. Go fuck yourself with some class, please. Very, very classy. I love Dutchie. It's hilarious. Okay, good stuff.
When we have these situations, but we just don't have time for that. I'm not going to allow disrespect, and my moderators know that. So I appreciate my mods in here. Y'all put some hearts and hands up for the moderators in here. They're doing a fantastic job. We have 363 people in here watching right now. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do that and share this out, because it helps to get Sebastian Rogers information circulating on social media. People are going to want to know what the parents have to say. I think it's very important that.
Go ahead, take a break, Scooter. I'll let this sit for just a second. I know you guys are probably writing about everything down, so
yeah.
We're gonna put together. I know I do. I've already gone through a quarter of a notebook already. So
we're supposed to be writing this.
Yeah.
We're just taking notes, Chloe. I didn't figure you would.
What the fuck does that mean?
I just didn't figure you would take notes because you just don't come off as a note-taking person. That's all.
No, I don't. It's in my head. I'm good.
See? Told you.
If it makes anybody feel better, I ran out of cigarettes 20 minutes ago, and I feel like we got a long way to go.
That sucks. I'd give you one, but I can't reach it right now, so.
I'm down to 6.
Without notes, he would be a library.
I picked 2 packs up before I even started this. I knew this was going to happen.
I don't think they heard
you.
Damn, Mom, you smoke too?
Oh boy, my mama didn't raise no quitter.
I love that.
I'm just saying, at some point, we just need a 30-minute intermission, and I can run and come back, and everybody can take a break.
If you want to do it now, we can. I mean, we're 2.5 hours in, so if you want to run real quick, go. We can talk a little bit about what we've got so far if you want to.
They don't deliver cigarettes to you?
No,
you got.
I haven't tried to. I can literally go 2 minutes down the road and be back, but I just don't want to miss out on a single note.
I'm not gonna. Okay, is everybody good if we take a break real quick? Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay. Can we go to lunch? Yes, guys, you can take your lunch real quick. Eat an apple. Don't be drinking nothing. Go to the potty, get your coffee, do your thing. Meanwhile, what do you guys think so far?
I'm going to put this on mute, but I'm not going to jump off, okay?
Yeah, do your thing.
He doesn't trust you're not going to start playing it. Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do that.
People hear the...
I'm just kidding. No, I wouldn't do that. I want everybody to be on the same page on this for sure. Oh, man.
I think it's good.
So far, I think I've picked up a few things that I didn't get the first time around.
Like what?
Well, let me see. You're gonna make me go back to these damn notes too. Well, the FBI thing, I wasn't sure about that. I didn't know that. The certain phrasing of things that was spoken about. Where's it at here? I thought. By the way, Kimber, Kimber don't like me no more. She doesn't like jumping up here anymore. I thought she would have already, but that's okay. I must smell funny.
She might be on the sauce. You know how she does.
Oh yeah. Damn winos. The backing up to the timeline part of it. I caught some. I didn't catch something, but I something was rearranged in there for me, so I wrote that down, of course. And I think this changes again too when we go through I don't know what's going to happen, but
what do you mean?
Well, it was interesting to hear so now she's going to come up here to prove me wrong. Of course she does. You don't have to. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing.
Hi, Kimber.
Hey.
Hey, Kimber.
Hi, Clue.
Chris says that Sebastian went to bed around 9 p.m. Katie was on the phone, and she probably started to fall asleep on the phone. And that I didn't know for some reason. I don't know why. All right, at least I don't remember knowing that.
You just don't remember it.
Probably. The 10 p.m., then the 12 a.m. thing. I don't know. I remember pieces of that, but again, we're not supposed to remember anything. So
Yeah.
Anyway, I wrote a lot of this down. Like I've gone through a quarter of a notebook already. I'm like almost halfway in. So we do now know all of the agencies that were involved from the very beginning, which is quite a few, interestingly enough. And they're working on the assumption that he walked away. So that we do have for sure. There's over 300 tips that were given. Excuse me. I mean, I got a little bit of stuff. What about you, Miss Kimber? Are you taking notes?
No, it's all in my head.
Of course.
Thank you.
Well, I have a lot of this in my head too, but I'm taking notes on things just in case there's something I missed. So
I mean, I'll lay it out.
That's I mean, I know we're not supposed to be going anywhere like in the future with this. We're supposed to be clear-headed, but nothing's changed. Like, you know, even if we think about, since we're taking a break, if we think about what we know right now in the case today, for sure, their story hasn't changed. There's a couple little details that have been flipped around a little bit, maybe because we can hear Katie in the background. She's barely holding it together. So it's trauma shock, folks. I couldn't be giving an interview like this and worrying about my child being missing at the same time. So you got to give her props for that. So it's got to be hard to remember exact details. I'll say that much.
I think it's two parts, right? I think there's also things that maybe they were told don't put out. You know what I mean?
Bye, Paula. Yeah, I agree. And he has said that a couple times. Who said what? The big picture is still the same. I agree, Ava. I do.
The what?
The big picture of the whole thing is still the same, you know? And again, you know, once again, we're not supposed to know this stuff, but if you listen to Katie from the very beginning of this interview, you can hear her in the background next to Chris.
Yeah.
She's barely keeping it together, guys, the whole time. So anybody that says she wasn't crying, she doesn't care, she doesn't, piss off. You guys are full of shit. You don't want that to be what it is, and that's why you're saying that, because you can clearly hear that she's a damn mess. Hence the reason why Chris is doing most of the talking. And we see that the interviews that we have heard from Katie finally, it took her that long to be able to hold herself together, and she was still upset. Okay. So get life. Anybody that thinks this woman does not care, get over yourself. That's all I can say. But we don't know about that yet. So anyway, time changed from going to bed at midnight to going to bed at 9:46. Well, I don't know that it changed, because I think I do.
The time didn't change for Sebastian.
Right.
The time didn't change for Sebastian. Chris and Katie were on the phone, and Chris said he told Katie she was falling asleep, and he told Katie to go to bed and put the dogs up and go to bed around midnight.
Right.
No, but I know what they're saying. I know what they're saying in the thing. It is, that's probably the first thing for me that kind of in the beginning of all this threw me off.
Yeah.
Because she said that she fell asleep at 10, and then he says they're on the phone from 9 to 12. Well, then how are you sleeping in on the phone?
Very good. Very
Sorry,
good.
Wisdom, I didn't mean to sound rude.
And if I was sounding rude, it's because I was trying to be. I'm really irritated with people that are trying to say that this woman showed no emotion and sadness about her child missing. It's here. We hear it. And I knew it was there. Of course she did. And of course she does. Okay. So I'm just asking people, stop saying stuff like that. You can clearly hear it. Okay. She can barely have a conversation. So I was trying to be rude because I'm irritated about that. Very much so.
Get him, Jacob.
Yeah.
That wasn't as classy as Duchess, but
No, and Dutch just kills me with her prim and proper. Just I wish she was in here right now, but I know she's been busy. Her prim and proper. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave now. Thank you and have a great night. Bye bye now.
but come back. Come back.
Come back. Yes, please come back. Today is not the day for your bullshit. Thank you.
Yeah, Susan
We're
Smith put
not
on a heck of a
entertaining
show.
fucking idiots today. Come back tomorrow.
Right.
Little baby dog.
Yeah, dude, she's a trip. I love her.
She put on Susan Smith should have won an Oscar for her show.
She put on a real show. What doesn't add up, Carolyn? What are you saying? What do you mean doesn't add up so far? So they not actually talking for 3 hours. I think that comes later, but we don't know that yet. So I think it had been asked again. I'm not supposed to know this, but I think in another one of the interviews, it's asked about that phone call because he said it was for quite a while. Those were his words in this interview, that it was for a prolonged period of time. But I think they were asked to clarify exactly how long it was, maybe. I'm not sure. We don't know yet, and we will find out. Like I said, I'm going to put out anything and everything. It's going to take us some days to do this, but Susan Smith was a complete monster. I do agree. Absolutely. And Indrid Cold, I love your name. Does anybody know who Indrid Cold is?
No, Dago, I'm gonna jump down. My husband's gonna be home in a minute, and the dogs are gonna be barking, so I may be back up in a few minutes.
Okay, Miss Timber.
All right.
Bye-bye. Since we're waiting on Truth, does anybody know who Indrid Cold is? Besides Indrid Cold in here, of course. Anybody? Trivia question here. Do 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 do
Indrid Cold is the grinning man.
Huh?
Indrid Cold is the grinning man.
But where did that name come up at?
The Mothman.
Thank you. I figured you two would get it because you guys were there.
No, I just Googled it.
Oh, well, you're a cheap dick.
I got his ass good on that.
I should have figured that one, but it is what it is. You guys were actually there. You know what I mean? So, did they use that name? Here's my question, since you guys got to go there. That name was used in the movie, The Mothman Prophecies, but is that the real name that was used in the real scenario?
Dago, that was 8 years ago.
I know that's right. We slept since then, homie.
And I think we both got drunk on moonshine that
Drunk
night.
as hell.
Well then, good. Maybe I should ask you. Yes, it lives in my backyard, Molly. Monster Fest is next weekend. I know, Indrid. I know. Great stuff too. Thank you for joining us. You should join us on Fridays. We do paranormal Fridays in here, Indrid. You might enjoy that. We did the Mothman a couple weeks ago. Show.
Asian bathroom, lost some sunglasses. He wants me to remember what they called the Mothman. Scary. That's what they called him. Scary.
He would have a blast. Does anyone know who originally submitted Sebastian had Runaway versus being lured out by an internet predator? I think that's how they had to classify it, Noni. That's a good question, though. Because it didn't.
What's the question?
She says, does anyone know who originally submitted Sebastian as a runaway versus being lured out by an internet predator? Is it possible that a note was left or other of him, or him being abducted rather than him being abducted, I should say?
I mean, I imagine the cops, because he said, which is really weird, we're working on the assumption.
Yeah, I know. Did you jump?
Like
You got that too. Cool. I circled that 3 times.
Which, I mean, I guess until you have evidence that proves otherwise.
Hence why it's not listed.
You go off the parents, right?
Well,
right.
You go off most likely in common scenario, I would say.
Right. And I will say that's one thing that's always bothered me. Like, I know they can do like the Amber Alert for and I hope we find these interviews because it's really weird because Ken Widener says it's because of the weather. But Sheriff Hottie says based on more information we received or some, let me stop going in the future, but I'm just saying I hope we find all them interviews.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing my best to dig them up, and I'm sure if I can't find them, somebody will, and we'll put it all together. But absolutely, I agree with you. By the way, Indrid is Necrolicker, but Sarge couldn't handle my name or say my name, so I changed it. How did Sarge say it? I gotta know.
He wouldn't say it.
I thought that was Truth that wouldn't say it.
No, I think it was Sarge.
Necrolicker. I know Truth made a comment about it, but I didn't know. That's hilarious. Either way, I like both your names, Indrid. It tells a lot about who you probably are as a person. I like that a lot. I guarantee you're very an intellectual person. So, Jubilee says, or Jujubee, sorry, says, do we know if Seth gave Ellie the phone he had for Sebastian? See, we don't even know that he actually had a phone, Juju. We're in the future now. We can't be there yet.
Not even on lunch?
I guess during lunch, but we got to go back to being clear-headed. Remember that, okay? Jesus, this is hilarious.
So I'll tell you something I'm using this for, honestly.
Yeah.
Is almost like a case study in my own mind.
Oh, yeah.
Of how the narrative
gets
created.
Yeah. Yep.
And what of it is fair and what of it is not. Right.
Absolutely. And that's part of what I wanted to break down when we're done with all of it and it's all said and done. We're going to do a couple shows and do stuff like that and break down it, talk about how the narrative was planted and flipped and spun and created and the other ones were defeated and all that fun stuff while looking for the pieces and parts that we can of this case that we didn't get. You know what I mean? That's a good idea, Cletus. That's a very good idea.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at it in terms of for myself, right? Because I know where my head was initially. And I know, I think I know what furthered it or made it more solid, and I know what destroyed it. So I'm using this as a retrospect thing.
I think my dog is pregnant, Dago.
I told you probably that she was gonna be after all that humping they was doing.
She looks.
Why? What is she doing?
She just looks. Well, I've noticed that she's getting a little like over food. Like, and if I'm eating, she was never a beggar, right? Because she would just sit there and look at you with that face, and you would wind up giving her stuff. But she didn't jump up on you and things. But now she's doing that, and she just looks wide as hell, like a damn trailer. She's always had a big butt, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's coming forward, her wideness.
She probably got some baby puppies in there. You're about to have little baby blue puppies. Little blue puppies running around.
Sitting there?
Snowflake Flake is asking what she is, the one you think is pregnant.
They're both Shih Tzus.
Shih Tzu.
Where did Kimber go?
She had to go let her husband has to come in from work and the dogs will bark, so she was waiting until that was all said and done and then she was coming back.
Okay.
What did you just say, Doodle said? Clue, you just described me, Doodle said, when you described the dog. Doodle, you're an ass. Great.
Well, I'm just being for real. Like when she walks, if she's walking in front of you or she's walking, she'll come in and see what I'm doing on the toilet. I don't know why she ain't figured it out yet, but every time I go to the bathroom, she got to see what I'm doing on the toilet. But she'll walk out of the room and you can just, it's so funny. It's like one of those tracks where it's like boom, 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 boom. Like her butt shakes, but now the wideness is coming more.
And Doodle says Doodle, don't be teasing us with a good time now, talking like that. Come on now. Yeah, my dog, the little one, the little scruffy one, that's the bully, the dust mop. Every time Brandy goes to the bathroom, the dog runs upstairs behind her and runs over and gets down between her feet while she's going to the bathroom. She said it's the most uncomfortable thing she's ever had happen to her in her life.
Yep.
Got a booty like a beauty.
Like if you shut the door, you know what I mean? If you don't latch it, she just pushes it open.
No, if you shut the door and latch it, that dog goes nuts, kicks the door, scratches, barks, yips, yipes until you open the door back up. They cannot. Neither one of these dogs can be. If you watch these dogs, if you watch my wife walk behind me, you'll see there's 2 dogs behind her everywhere she goes. It's hilarious. Hey, Riley, good to see you. It's the heat. She's retaining water. She needs some pool exercises. There you go. Welcome, H. Martin. Go put her in the pool. Do they swim, Clue?
So
Don't touch me there. I pee out of that.
Chewy is the boy, and he is like a little frou-frou boy. Like he shakes, and you can't even bathe him. He sleeps for 2 days after because he shakes so violently. He's just freezing all the time. And him and fiance are constantly in their recliner, and he's inside of his Chewbacca bathrobe. Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, the girl, she's normal. like that. I'm being for real. The boy, he like in the morning time, if after the alarm goes off, he'll sit at the baby gate and he'll like, and it's like, shut up, dude. I'm trying to sleep. But that girl, she don't care.
Well, Doodle said she'll be dry humping soon. So Shih Tzu isn't.
The dog will be dry humping, or Doodle will be dry humping?
No, Doodle said she will be dry humping soon, so I'm guessing she's getting the dog. Doodle, you're not going to be dry humping, right? I hope I'm right. If so, just warn us. Where was I at with you said Shih Tzu? Isn't that what I have? This dust mop thing? Isn't that what that is too? The little pug pushed in face.
Yeah, they got like a.
I think what you're talking about is a Bashan Freeze.
Yeah, I think yours don't look like mine.
Okay. Sarge, hello. Those ain't dogs. They're cats made to look like dogs.
No, they're not.
That's funny. Doodle said she may. Are you back, Truth?
Yeah, I even stopped at Burger King.
Are you ready?
Did he say he even stopped at Burger King?
I hear him eating something. He's shoving something in his face.
Yep. Got my burger and those new hot chicken nuggets. Oh boy.
A burger and nuggets.
I didn't want anything. Thanks for asking, bro.
Yeah.
I thought about you when I was there because
it is lunchtime. It is lunchtime. You know, the bell hadn't run yet, but you could have offered. God.
Well, you actually said it was lunch break, so
same thing.
Hi.
No,
we're having gyros for dinner. So
gyros.
Yiddles. Sorry, Willie's not here, so I could say it however I wanted to. Right.
We're having gyros for dinner.
Gyros, regular ones and turkey ones.
What?
Regular lamb type gyros, and turkey, same thing. What?
He said, "Don't lie. You're just wrapping up meat and cheese in a tortilla."
No, we actually have the real deal stuff. Like she goes and buys the lamb meat and then gets that's what I wanted tonight. Kelly was Chinese, but I didn't win. So. Anyway, and then she gets like these big hunk slices of turkey, and you do the same thing you would with a regular one. So they're good. Arby's makes a turkey one too. That's the bomb. So Barbie said I had rabbit food. Okay. Are you a rabbit, Barbie?
Salad.
I like salad. Sorry, I do. Big Head is trying to fill out his bottom half. Less bobblehead.
Scooter, you can go eat a whole bag of gummy peepees.
That was good. Doodle's having a Reuben. Good stuff.
I hope Doodle chokes on the Reuben because she's being mean.
Doodle's being funny like always, and I love that too, Tomboy. The Suzuki stuff is part of it. I love it. All right, folks. Is everybody done eating and relaxing and peeing and whatever else you did?
No, I have 7 more minutes.
What'd you say, Clue?
I haven't started eating yet. They're still in the oven.
All right. We're having mayonnaise salad and subs. What the hell is mayonnaise salad?
The fuck?
I don't even know if I want to know what that is, Tomboy. Please tell me you
Sound country cornbread, mayonnaise salad.
You need me to cash app you a few bucks? I have no problem.
Scooter said, "Truth, you made your choices." That was one there too. All right, guys. Yeah, Tomboy, please type and let us know what the hell mayo salad is.
What in the Great Depression is mayo salad?
Sounds like hot dog soup.
Who eats hot dog soup?
Oh, yep. I know. I got a friend of my wife's that does not like hot dogs, and she gets sick, grossed out. And I'm like, well, who doesn't like a hot dog? You know what I mean? She's like, you don't understand. Listen, I guess her grandmother, when they would go spend the weekend there, would throw in a pack of like 30 hot dogs in this in boiling water. She'd cut them up and throw them in boiling water, and then she would add. I almost threw up when I heard this. She would add in like carrots and celery and some other things and some kind of noodle, I think it is. And hey, and make soup out of this. I'm like, who in the fuck eats hot dog soup? Jesus, that's so gross.
Good God, that's abuse.
It sounds like it. Unless, I mean, and here's the thing. If it's poor food, that's fine. But you got 30 hot dogs. That cost you a little bit of money there. You could have just made like chicken soup and threw some noodles in that shit. You know what I mean?
Not in 1921.
What, 19? They didn't even have hot dogs in 1921 that you could buy in the packages like that. Them things came on a stringer.
Hot dogs are chicken of the fair.
Chicken of the fair. That's right. Hot dog soup. I was like, oh, no. Caca.
Chicken of the sea.
I have nothing. I don't either, really. For hot dog soup. Yeah, I never will understand that. I just looked at her and went, you should have told somebody. That's abuse.
Yesterday when Truth was like, Dago, that's tuna.
They go.
Yeah, I'm reading chat, trying to keep up. Are you ready to come back up, Kimber? I'll just put a link here whenever you're ready. You'll have to chase it down. All right. Hot dog jello, church pub. What the hell, Martin? Hot dog jello?
Oh, that's called a Friday night in my house. I don't know what y'all do with y'all's jello, but
we eat it by itself. Okay, so
course you
Tomboy mayonnaise salad is tomatoes, cucumbers, and Oh, okay.
Isn't hot dog jello kind of the same thing? I mean, isn't the hot dog essentially a meat jello?
Ew.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, basically it's all conglomerated together, and yeah. Anyway, see, we call that cucumber salad, Tomboy, and we don't put it in mayonnaise. We do tomatoes, cucumbers, and onions, and then you mix it in with either creamy Italian or ranch dressing, or you can do it with oil and vinegar and salt and pepper. That's how I.
That's not mayo though. For the love of Christ, y'all.
I know.
Mayo and salad. Like, why even eat the fucking salad?
It says on some. Well, see, there's mayonnaise, and then there's salad dressing, like Miracle Whip. That's salad dressing. Yes, red wine vinegar.
I'm done.
Fruit KT, what it do? Fruit roll up pickle. What?
Oh, I've actually known someone who did that. They take a fruit roll up and wrap it around a pickle. If that's the same thing she's talking about.
Y'all are crazy.
I know somebody who used to take a fruit roll and wrap around a pickle, but it wasn't sour.
Okay, class is back in session. Sit down, Truth.
Thank God.
All right, guys. Here we go. Get your pens up and ready. I hope your hands are rested. Do your wrist exercises. Truth, don't say a word. Don't say it.
Can I?
No, neither one of you. I knew it as soon as I was saying it. Just let it go. Move on. Here we go.
You'll let it go when it stops. Anyway, go ahead.
This Scooter said, this many years old, I didn't know why it was called Miracle Whip salad dressing. Are you serious?
Because nobody in their right mind actually puts that mess on a salad.
No, it all goes on a sandwich. Miracle Whip is the shit on sandwiches. But
Miracle Whip is salad? Wait, what?
Apparently. Yeah,
exactly.
I thought it was mayonnaise.
It is. Miracle Whip is, read the bottle of it. Look it up. It's salad dressing.
Miracle Whip is like butter. It's like one step away from plastic.
Yes, welcome,
Also
Tom.
one molecule away from plastic.
Very true.
Oh,
You ever tried to light Miracle Whip on fire?
you ever tried to light snow on fire in the last few years?
Yes, I've seen that video too. It doesn't melt.
I did it. It's not that I saw the video. I freaking did it.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy. Kind of creepy, ain't it?
They go, why is your hair on fire in the color of a rainbow today?
It's Pride Month.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know. I changed that up
right.
every so often for everybody for the background ambience. That's all. That's what it's for right there, Rachel. Like if you make bacon ranch pasta salad or something, you put Miracle Whip in it. That's the bomb. It is. Stuff
Who
like
the hell
that.
eats Miracle Whip?
Fucking
What?
American.
They don't have that over here. Texas don't believe in Miracle
Where do you
Whip.
live at? In China?
Who's saying that?
That's Tomboy. She's up at the end here. They don't have Miracle Whip in Texas.
Oh, they do, but most of us don't eat it.
Because it's not real food.
No.
Use some mayonnaise, throw a little butter in it, quit being a bitch, and eat some calories.
Yeah, get some mayonnaise, throw a little vinegar in it, and call it a day.
So
Hey, can we kick Barbie out of the room? She's on here promoting Dukes, which is not mayonnaise. It's horse shit unless you're in North Carolina.
You don't like Dukes, dude?
No, it's the only North Carolina is the reason why Dukes is what it is. And you people are fucking nuts. It tastes like sweet asshole.
That's exactly what Miracle Whip tastes like.
I don't know what sweet asshole tastes like. Thank you, but I'm guessing now that you do. But I like Dukes. I think it's pretty good actually. Thank you, Barbie.
Not all people that live in North Carolina are like that. I'm just gonna let you know that right now because I prefer Kraft mayo.
Is Miracle Whip in my pasta salad? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What the hell? Yeah, Taylor. There we go. I don't know.
You've never eaten a sweet hot dog?
Stop it.
I mean, technically, you would know what a sweet asshole tastes like.
Well, I'm going to send you to the principal's office, Cletus.
We eat Hellman's around here.
That's the kind of mayonnaise we eat in this house. Mayonnaise, yes. My wife hates Miracle Whip. She says it doesn't it shouldn't exist. So
If you go to Washington, it's called Best Foods.
All of you Dukes people, I really hope that the next time you eat a sandwich, you find a moldy spot.
No, Dukes is mayonnaise. It's a brand of mayonnaise, Molly, and it's better for you than regular mayonnaise based on the nutritional value of it.
El Boricua, it's mayonnaise. You put mayonnaise in that cota cheese.
Who put mayo on their corn on the cob? What?
It's a
I know.
Mexican thing. It's good.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about now.
But it's not real mayonnaise then either. It's a different thing that people call mayonnaise, but it's not really mayonnaise. It's more
No,
of a
they put
sour
mayonnaise on
cream.
it. They put mayonnaise on it.
In Mexico?
Yeah.
Because when I go to Mexico, you try to put some mayonnaise on some corn, they're gonna smack the shit out of you.
No, I've seen that done multiple ways for the Mexican thing.
I'm just saying when I y'all maybe so. I'm sorry, maybe we've been to different places in Mexico, but
It's crema.
yeah, crema, which is different than mayonnaise.
All right,
If
guys.
you go to a cheap restaurant, it's mayonnaise.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true.
Same thing as mayonnaise with sugar in it. That's all it is. I agree with that one too. I'm not a big fan of
Molly,
any. Oh, Molly, you set yourself. Okay, here you go, Truth. Have a little fun for a second. I'm not a big fan of any white, thick, and creamy stuff on my food. I knew that was coming out of something.
Good thing you're just not a fan of it on your food. You know what I mean? Thank you for being very precise about where you do and you don't like it.
And SRB is trying to save her saying Molly on anything. You guys are a mess. Yes, we're debating mayonnaise. Anyway, we're back from lunch. We're moving on. Okay.
It's Truth's fault.
It usually is. I know. Here we go.
The hell?
Here we go. Thank you, Molly. You see what you started, Truth?
What? No, I'll do it right now.
No,
Rooster Squad
on the screen.
Rooster Squad, show up.
I thought
Rooster Squad.
I thought that was more like sour cream too. Walks with dogs. That's what I thought, but I guess I'm wrong. Crema.
I did say it more. Okay.
All right. Moving forward, class. Here we go.
Facts straight from Sebastian's family. 80 says, I'm autistic myself, but as a kid, I used to have restricted internet access and I've managed to bypass it before. That doesn't shock me because I have a cousin that has the same thing has happened. I think it's different for every kid because there's such a spectrum. There's such a spectrum. So that's why we have to be on high alert. This is a vigilant, important situation because we really don't know the circumstances of what has actually transpired with Sebastian. And he could be in danger. And I see Burton Staggs here. Burton, thank you so much for coming over. He says there's 2 similar cases. A Mississippi autistic teen was missing and found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially off his medicine.
I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian. And I think I had mentioned that to you earlier. Do you think that this might be something that would benefit Sebastian to get his face out there if we could get a couple of billboards? Guys, give me some feedback in the chat and let me know what you think. I might could, crowdfund. That's what membership is for. When you guys are members of this channel, that's actually where your money goes, is to these little crowdsourcing things that I do. So I have some money already put back that I can put forward to it, but I probably wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than just a few days because it can get expensive. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think, Trev, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that having a billboard up for Sebastian might be beneficial?
I think so. I mean, it's, we've looked at that in plenty of cases, and you and I have spoken about that before, talked with, different families. It's at the very least, it's keeping that face and that story in the public eye. It's keeping people reminded of what's going on in their community, what's going on locally, what's going on in the next county over, whether they work there, live there, travel through there, they're seeing it.
Well, I can certainly design a billboard. We can work together behind the scenes. You can send me a picture and let me know exactly what you would like it to say, and we can get something started on a blip as early as tomorrow. If you think that that's going to be something, I will look at the locations and I can let you know where they're at, and we can try to get something going. Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for being here. That's another person that's on my team that covers cases, and she's in Kentucky. And Crystal, did you just send me a Cash App? Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for sending me that, and I will definitely put it for the billboard. We're still going to put up some billboards for Jaden Carpenter, so you and I need to get together in the next couple of days so we can get these billboards up as soon as possible, because we need to help find Sebastian. Is there anything else that you guys want to share with us that you think that we need to know about the circumstances involving Sebastian going missing? Is there anything that you want to share with us that we have not talked about? I'm going to put a flyer again here so you guys can take another look at that.
I mean, everything that we've covered so far, is exactly everything that we've covered. We miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
Rather be home.
Hold on. What messages are being deleted?
The chicken comment.
Who's deleting them?
Jesus Christ.
You guys don't you don't have to delete them. It's no big deal. Calm down. Relax. Remember, we don't do that. It's all good. No problem.
Mods, thank you for checking the chat. Alan, we're definitely not going to tolerate that. So,
He's gone. I got rid of Alan. He's gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Trev.
And Duchess, if I may, while we still have the family up,
yes.
People in cases like this, guys, and this is for anybody listening now, watching later. However, everybody in their mind has an idea of how a family or how those who know a missing person should react. Should they go and talk to these people this day and say these things this day, or what they don't? The thing is, here is law enforcement goes and talks to these people, guys. Plenty of families in these situations, unfortunately, but law enforcement goes and talks to these people. They don't owe us answers, no matter how curious we get. There's no timetable of when they should stand in front of a camera, when you should put a microphone in front of them, when they should join this, that, and the other. Now, if they bring that to us, then we should sit back and listen and let them tell their story. But what matters is answering who they need to answer to, and that's not us. That's not me. That's not Duchess. That's not you guys. The chief deputy, I believe Chief Deputy Craddock is his name, has been very clear in his press conferences that the family is fully cooperative and there have been zero signs of foul play. Now, if the TBI and the local authorities are saying that there is no sign of foul play, then it is completely irresponsible to make things up. On the contrary, there are cases where you have to look at the home and you look at the family. This is not one of them. You can, we have to look at what's true. And what's true is this 15-year-old boy is missing from his home. He has been missing.
I see a couple of you guys asking. This is Trevor Lee from Trev Time before everything changed. He was there that day too. I'm
just gonna say I'm glad I'm hearing this right now because it puts my headspace in a certain area with a certain individual.
Right. And I mean, this is good to do this stuff for good reasons, guys. Oh, shoot.
What was that?
Ouch.
You sound like Peter Griffin. What's wrong?
Oh my God. Oh my
Are you okay?
No.
That did not sound good.
No.
To his family, who was kind enough to join us tonight and answer your questions. So while nobody has to believe any certain thing, we need to respect what we're told by those who are in charge. And so just remember that as we go through this case and in any case you listen to.
Are you all right,
Yes,
Dago?
message. Thank you, Trev. That was very well said, and I appreciate you saying that. We just need to be respectful. There's things that the family want to share, and there's things that they're not obligated to share any information, but they desperately want to find their child. And I want to give them a safe place to be able to come here and share the information that they want us to know so that we can get it out there on social media, that we know what the facts are, that we've heard it directly from the family, so we know what the misinformation is. Like they told us earlier, the FBI is not on the ground searching for Sebastian. Yes, the card team was contacted and they were, they were spoken to, but they're not active. And there's people putting that on social media. The facts matter. We're not going to solve the case. It's for law enforcement. We have to let them do their job. So there's no need to come into this live stream and throw accusations around and disrespect this family, period. If you have a problem,
it doesn't help. Sebastian's still missing, and he is without his medication. He is not he's not in his home. He is missing. He is likely very scared and unsure of his circumstances, and he is endangered at this moment. So I think 100% of the efforts and emotion should be put towards finding him. He deserves to be home. And if you, in taking the time to just mislead and say false things, and wherever you may go, leave your opinions at the door, because it's about bringing this child home.
Thank you, Stacy. We appreciate your prayers. Yes, Mary, that is true. There is an anonymous group of Nashville business owners that have started a reward fund for Sebastian, and that is $3,000. So we want to thank those anonymous business owners for doing that. That's an amazing thing to do. I did ask the family if there was any other reward funds that were going to be activated at this time, and there are not. And that's all they're going to say on that. And the families are entitled to privacy. Ginger Snaps, absolutely. And they are entitled to respect, and they will get it in this house. Now, Janice, I appreciate you being here. How do they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he have anything that he holds on to, anything that he has to have with him at all times?
Yes, ma'am, and sir.
For those of you who are writing, I think that's important. He left when it was very dark outside.
Mm-hmm.
If he left at like 5:30, I don't know how very dark it would still be.
Well, let me ask you. I was going to ask a question for those of you that live there. So February, we're still in the winter months, even down there, right?
Right.
So, what is it called? Daylight savings. When do you guys do daylight savings time?
Same time everybody else does.
I was about to say that's a everywhere type of thing.
Well, okay. When do we do that? I can't remember.
I don't know. No, it's not November.
To go to spring forward. When do we do it then?
March? That sound right? February?
I think we do it in the spring and the fall.
So the reason why I'm asking this question is it definitely would not have been in February then. Because what happens was when you turn your clocks ahead,
it's still dark later or earlier, but
right. In my opinion, it was somewhere between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. in that period of time. When is the darkest time of that time?
2 or 3 a.m.
Middle of the night.
But in that neighborhood, with the lack of lighting, it could be as early as 10 a.m. or 10 p.m.
Yeah. Well, so that's the other, but that's the other weird thing to me, right? So, granted, when fiance and I drove over there at nighttime, I don't think it was like a Sunday night. People got crap to do on Monday. But I will say we've gone through there at, I don't know, the latest probably 12.
Mm-hmm.
And we went at first at like 9 o'clock, and then we went back at 12, and there were a lot more lights that had been cut off.
Mm-hmm.
But there were still some lights on, like floodlights and things like that.
Gotcha.
So,
Can I ask a strange question? And I'm not filling in anything we know already, so this is just based on right now. Katie said that he left with his flashlight. The reason she knows that is because she couldn't find his flashlight. Does it seem somewhat disconcerting to anybody that he would take the time to find a flashlight, but he wouldn't take the time to take his phone? And I think that leads into a secondary question, which would be, where was his phone kept at night if they were so guarded by it?
Well, from my understanding, even though we're not supposed to be doing this, the flashlight thing was kind of like a fidget toy for him. Okay, he always had it, based on what I understand. If I'm wrong, we'll correct this, but I believe that's what it was, and it probably had a clicker button on it that he was relentlessly clicking on and off, playing with the flashlight, and that's my guess as to why he probably had it, because Caden had some things like that too. They would keep his hands busy whenever he would drive, when he was, outrageously excited. So what I'm curious about, though, with that being said, there is that why did she go looking for the flashlight?
Because they asked him if he took a flashlight with him, and she said that she went to look for the one, right? Then she said she went to look for the one he normally has, or that is his, and couldn't find it.
In reality, really isn't a flashlight. It's just a little like keychain thing. So,
well, and I think they asked, if I would assume they would have asked what's missing besides him.
Okay, so that's why I'm guessing it's probably something Sebastian carried around with him all over the place. Like he always had it in his hand. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how I'm getting from it.
I don't know. I think if I was law enforcement, I would simply ask, does he have a flashlight that's his? If you leave in the middle of the night, the only obvious question is there a flashlight missing? You know what I mean? Like, it seems to be like a very standard, you have flashlights in the house? Yes, we do. Can you look and see if any of them are missing? Oh shit, I can't find his flashlight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was
what's crazy? I haven't seen, like, I get what you're saying, right? Like, it was like a comfort thing to him or whatever, but
right.
I just find it a little weird that we don't see him like holding it in any photo.
Any other photos. Yeah, I got you. I was just thinking about that just now when you said that. Interesting.
I don't think she made it sound like he always had it with him either. That's not what I got out of it. It might have been what you got out of it. I'm just curious if like maybe I misunderstood the way she was saying it. I just took it as it was like his flashlight, not necessarily like. But that's interesting, you know.
Well, there's other interviews, and again, I'm not supposed to be doing this, so we won't talk about that. But okay, interesting. But I did write that down. It's a good point, Clue. When he left, it was very, very dark. So, in fact, let me replay that just to clarify, and then go forward.
Owners that have started a reward fund for Sebastian, and that is $3,000. So we want to thank those anonymous business owners for doing that. That's an amazing thing to do. I did ask the family if there was any other reward funds that were going to be activated at this time, and there are not. And that's all they're going to say on that. And the families are entitled to privacy, Ginger Snaps, absolutely. And they are entitled to respect, and they will get it in this house. Now, Janeth, I appreciate you being here. How did they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he have anything that he holds on to? Anything that he has to have with him at all times? Something that keeps him calm when he has it?
He has various fidgets that he changes out and plays with.
Have you noticed any of those are missing as well?
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
Okay. Please put some green hearts and prayer hands.
Well, now we know Sebastian is MacGyver. We got you, bud. We got you. Makes sense. That's awesome. I like that. Paper clips, pennies, and Legos. He could probably build anything out of nothing.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Seriously.
Beyonce fixed our car one night with a paper clip, a pocket knife, and a penny.
See? I'm telling you. It happens.
Alternator?
Yeah, it has to be.
No, a hose popped off of something.
Oh, that
Heater core hose.
Heater core hose.
Oh,
there you
gotcha.
go.
Makes sense. Okay. And draw, yeah, that's what I was told too, and that's what I had heard, so that's why I said the same thing, a fidget toy flashlight. So, and welcome, Draw. Thank you for joining us. Okay, moving on. Draw is asking, how does Katie know he left when it was very dark outside?
That's what I said.
That's kind of a good question, Draw. That's why we have that written down, and we're going to refer back to that at some point too. Good question.
Does she say that?
That's what she just said.
She said it was very dark that night, but
no, that's not what she said. Because
I'll play it again. Hold on. Here we go.
This house. Now, Janeth, I appreciate you being here. How did they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside.
Because he left when it was very dark outside, did he take a flashlight? That was
the only thing that I could assume to that is it's nighttime, your neighborhood's dark, it's very dark outside.
Right. Draw, don't apologize. You're absolutely fine. That's what this is all about. We can ask as many of the same questions as we need to till we get it right. So you're fine.
I don't know if I'm the only one who interprets it that way. Anybody else or someone else?
Say that again.
I said, I feel like what she was saying, what she meant by that, this is just my interpretation. So she was saying, you know, when it's very dark outside, meaning between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m., and that neighborhood being especially dark as well, maybe that as opposed to being bright out or early morning, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. You know what I mean?
It could be. It could be. But then again, yeah, Draw's right. He could have left at dawn. We don't know. 5:36, 4:35, sometime. We don't know for a fact. That's true. That's interesting. It's a good point to both of you guys. And I see what you're saying too with that. Truth makes sense. That's a good point, though. We don't have an exact time that he left. He could have walked out the door right as the sun was coming up, guys.
Right. And that's what I said. Like, how do they know that he left when it was very dark outside? Like, if it was 5:45 around here, it's not still very dark outside.
Well, what we need to do is, and I'll do it. I have no problem doing it. Is look up when sunrise was that day.
So the problem with that, I think you got to give about a 45-minute grace period beforehand in terms of it being visibly light outside.
Sure, I got you. Oh, Southern Gal has it. It was 6:34 a.m., which is right around the time she made the call that we know of, right? Okay, I'm gonna put down sunrise 6:34. Thank you, Southern. I knew one of you guys probably had it.
So if he left anytime from 5:30 on, it was probably light enough outside for him to have seen without any light.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Especially with all the traffic that started at that time.
Very good. See, that's why we're doing this. Great catch, draw, clue. You guys are great. And we're moving on. And thank you, Southern Gal. Appreciate that very much. All right, moving forward. Oh, for those of you that just popped in or draw any of it, we're going back to the very, very beginning of this case, and basically as if we don't know anything about it, even though we do. We're trying to keep an open mind and listening to this as if we've never heard anything in this case, and then we're going to go forward. It's going to take a few days, obviously, but with everything and go through it all like we're brand new to it, so that we can pick up on things we may not have caught, learn new things, or rehear old things, or whatever we're going to do. So, but again, welcome, Draw, and everybody else that's popped in. Yeah, that's why we're all acting like we don't know anything, Draw. We're not crazy, I promise, but I can imagine somebody come in here going, what the hell are you guys doing? Anyway, moving on. Here we go.
Was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he have anything that he holds on to? Anything that he has to have with him at all times? Something that keeps him calm when he has it?
He has various fidgets that he changes out and plays with.
Have you noticed any of those are missing as well?
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
Okay. Please put some green hearts and prayer hands in the chat for this family, because today is 7 days, and this is a critical time.
Dave Barbie, thank you for the super chat, and absolutely, I'm doing this for all of us and myself as well. I appreciate you guys being here to support this as well. So thank you very much once again.
We need to come together and stop attacking the family. If you can't do something productive, like just sit on your hands or something, I don't know. And Trev, I do appreciate all that you've done. Trev has been sharing information every day. He has been doing live streams and...
All right, so let's take note, folks. Again, this is March 3rd, okay? Just a few days after he went missing, and she's already asking people to stop attacking the family. Okay. So that was happening, I'm guessing, almost from the beginning. And I myself was guilty of questioning Katie, as I know a lot of people were. So again, good reasonings to listen to this. Trev is Trevor Lee, Draw from Trev Time. He's no longer out there, I don't believe. And we can explain that a little bit later on. But welcome, Mother Abigail. Okay, listen, guys. Unless somebody's being nasty, mean, insulting somebody on the panel or insulting any of the family members or the victims, or they're like just blatantly being ignorant, let them go, please, for the most part, unless it gets bad. And then if it gets bad, you guys know what to do.
You guys definitely need to connect. I will put you guys in touch with each other because he's local to Tennessee, and I know that he will be able to help in any way that he can. And we will definitely connect this week, and we will, if not tonight, then tomorrow, so we can get those billboards up. I will get with Crystal later, and we'll talk about that and try to get those worked out as soon as possible. Is there anything else that you want us to share? Is there anything else that you think that we have not covered, Trev? Is there anything that you want to add to this conversation that you feel that we've missed?
Well, I just want to encourage people to keep going. It's, keep the hope up and keep sharing his picture, keep sharing his story, keep sharing his flyer, keep praying that he returns, and keep listening to what we're told by authorities, because they're out there looking and they haven't stopped and they won't. We all play our part in different ways. If you're on social media, simply sharing his flyer. If you're here on YouTube, simply interacting with a video that has his information. Whatever it is, do it for Sebastian. Because until he's brought home, that's the mission, that's the goal, and that's the fight. And that's what we'll do, standing beside this family and beside those looking and beside Sebastian until he comes home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the end goal. So if you see this flyer on social media, you guys can share this from my YouTube community wall, from Trev's. You can share it from our Facebook pages. I'm sure Arctic Fox also has it on his page. Whatever we can do to try to help your family, please reach out to me and let me know. And we have a wonderful group of people in this community that will try to do whatever we can. And hopefully I'll hear something from Wings of Hope and they'll let me know if they're going to be able to try to assist. David Bryant, thank you so much for your super chat. He said, we're going to find him. Keep your head up and hug him tight when he gets back. Prayers for y'all. Everyone keep searching and doing what we can. David, I appreciate that. I'm going to take that $50 and I'm going to put it towards that billboard that I'm going to design. We're going to get that up for Sebastian as soon as we can. I really appreciate you donating. It means so much. Well, guys, I really appreciate you joining us. If you have any updates that you want to share with us, please don't hesitate to reach out. If there's something that you want to share, if you want me to have another live stream, you may want to.
All right, well, that doesn't make sense because we've all kind of said that, Mother Abigail, that I've said that he could have been online on his Switch without them knowing. Well, that's a fact. Everybody knows that, so that wouldn't give anybody. And nobody in here would time you out for that. So maybe it was an accident or a mistake. I don't know. Let's see. Bobby says people should learn from Duchess. You can question without attacking politely. Raise your hand and say, yeah, Duchess is very good at this. I will agree. Like I said, she's very classy in a lot of ways. No worries. All right. What's the other name of the other account, Mother Abigail? And I'll go look myself. It shouldn't have happened for that. I'll tell you right now, because that's not, like I said, if it did, it was an accident then, because it's not something anybody would get timed out for. But it is handled, by the way.
Have a live stream with Trev. He has a large following on his channel, and some of those people don't necessarily follow my stream. So I'm sure they might, want to talk to you. And so we can continue to share out Sebastian's information, and you'll be on my prayer list. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'll even share my phone number with you. And if there's anything that you need, you can call me.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. It's just sometimes you got to take it a day at a time, but sometimes you can only take it an hour at a time or 5 minutes at a time. And you don't have to explain yourself to anybody because you don't know how you're going to feel until you're going through it. And how you process things is not necessarily going to be how the next person does. But you don't owe anybody an explanation. Just know that our hearts are with you. And you have a lot of people. Look at all of these people. We have 400 people watching this live stream right now. There are so many people that are out here supporting. Don't listen to these naysayers.
We just want to say thank you to everyone who's working with us to try and bring him home.
And everybody for all your support and your prayers and your love.
You are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. That's what we're here to do. Is we're here to lift each other up. It takes a village. It takes a village, and that's what we have to do. We're just here to help each other out. And I really just appreciate you being willing to come here and share Sebastian's story with us. And we'll be thinking of you. and continuing to pray and share his information. And I'm going to let you guys go because you've been up here for over an hour, and I don't want to keep you any longer. I want you guys to go take care of, just remember to take care of yourself. Make sure you're eating and getting enough rest and doing what you need to do to keep yourself going. Because it's not easy. It can't be easy.
It's not by any means.
Chris, you're a good man. You're being so strong for her, and that just it makes me feel emotional, because this has got to be so difficult. And it's just one day at a time. But I'm praying that you're going to get answers as soon as possible. You have a lot of people that are working very hard to find your son. Miranda said outside his home, where's his most comfortable environment? Does he have a place like that?
His house.
The only place he likes to be is just at his house.
He likes his house. He likes both houses, and he likes. His favorite thing to do is go play on the playground, and he likes to.
He loves being around the family. He loves, just being a kid.
He's not very outdoorsy.
Well, that's understandable, and that's okay. Everybody has their comfort zone. I'm not a people person myself, y'all. I kind of like to stay to myself in my own house where I'm most comfortable. So I'm just hoping that somebody's going to see him. Don't forget, if you live in the area of Sumner County or the surrounding counties, if you live in the surrounding counties, Robertson, Davidson, Wilson, even down to Rutherford, Williamson County, Cheatham County, Montgomery County, Dixon, listen, if he's walking, please check your property. He could be hiding out. He might be scared. He's probably going to be hungry and cold. What's your temperature? What's your weather there right now in Tennessee?
It was better today, but we've had freezing temperatures since he left.
Oh my goodness. Leslie says, remember, most people are good.
Just hope someone finds it.
Me too. Charlie Life says the family's trying to stay strong so they can get this baby found. They really don't have time to break down.
Okay. I'm getting pissed off now, okay? And excuse me, guys, for a minute. I don't want the bullshit distractions. I'm not trying to be rude. It was dealt with. It's done. It's over with. And you're just going on and on and on and on and on and on trying to distract this. I'm sorry, but enough. Or I'm going to just completely block it, okay? Jesus Christ. I'm going to go back and look at it, and I'll check it out. I'll deal with it if I need to. But right now, this is important. We don't have time to deal with stuff like this, okay? We're trying to do something of importance, not mess around with who was blocked and who wasn't. This is ridiculous. We're not kids.
That's right.
That's right.
You guys just keep praying. Listen, I'm going to let you guys go, and I will be in touch with you. Just text me tomorrow. We'll get together, and we'll work on this billboard to get up, and I'll let you know the locations that are available for a Blit billboard, and I'll try to get that arranged as soon as possible. If you need anything, just reach out to me and let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, and I will put Trev in touch with you. Take care, guys. Okay, we're going to let them go. Trev, thank you so much for joining me for this live stream. I know they've been through so much. I don't want to keep them any longer.
No, absolutely. Thanks for doing that and for having me up. Definitely will get in touch with them, and I'll coordinate some stuff with both flyers locally and talk to them about. There's a search group that if they get involved, then I will be on my way to that area too, and I'll be on the ground. So.
Okay, thank you, Sugar Magnolia. It's so good to see you, darling. I hadn't seen you in a while. She says I'm in Warren, and I'll be looking. I appreciate that.
Well, that's interesting that when that channel is banned, that Enid Melendez is banned as well at the same time. Come on now. Go troll somewhere else, okay? Stop playing your damn games.
Alma, thank you so much. Watching from Nashville, checked my property all the time just in case. Ruru says, I'm in Knoxville, a long way away, but keeping Sebastian in my prayers. We appreciate that. Otto, haven't seen you before. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Wisdom Speaks. So good to see you. Thank you for being here.
I have to agree. Duchess has that very comforting, soothing, motherly voice, in my opinion. She always does. Unless you piss her off. Then it's a little different, but
this is a really tough case, and I'm just really worried about him because you just never know all the possibilities of what could be happening out there. It's not like when I was growing up. I'm 50 years old. Times are not like that anymore. Heather Lynn, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. It's so good to see you. Just continue to share this case. We're going to get that billboard up. And I've got some other people that I know in Tennessee too, Trev. So, you know, if you have flyers or things that you need to have hung up, maybe I can get Crystal or Rochelle or somebody to meet up with you. Maybe they can pick up some flyers from you if they happen to be up in the area. Or I don't know how close that is to them. I'm going to have to talk to them. Michelle will come flying in the chat any minute now. She'll let me know something. Thank you, FarQ. I appreciate you being here. Anne Marie says, I'm in. Oh, so you're near that area too. Guys, please keep your eyes out. And if you see something, say something. And if you're not sure, tell somebody. I'm just really concerned. I'm hoping that Wings of Hope, he is still searching on the Elijah Vu case. He had a debriefing that he had to attend. 333 in chat. Angel sign. So, and so we're still praying for that baby, that Amber Alert. So
All right, guys. So we don't need to hear like all of it. I love Duchess, but we have to move on to other things too within a timely manner. So thank you, Duchess, for that interview. It was amazing and everything you do. We're gonna move on to something different here, and then at some point, welcome Gary, Miss W, and everybody else, Rachel Rach, Mima. Listen, guys, I'm sorry that I just snapped out on that, but that was ridiculous. That was 30 minutes of just bullshit through the chat for something that I went back and didn't even find. The moderators in here are not that bad. They don't do that kind of thing, okay? Over something like that, they're not going to block you. You obviously have a personal issue with one of them or some of them. It ain't going to matter to me. Sorry. Don't come in here then. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm not playing these games. I'm tired of it, okay? We're doing something important here. This is very important to me. And the people are in here, they wouldn't be in here. So we're not playing these stupid ass games. If you want to go do that, go to Dolly or Trev or whoever else you want to go play with. They play the games, I don't. Just saying.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good, SRB. Don't worry.
Shut up.
Thank you, Taxi. And like I said, don't come in here under different accounts trying to troll through things. This ain't the place. I'm not the one. Just leave it go, okay? Go play your game somewhere else in somebody else's playground because this ain't the one. Moving forward. All right. Again, that was a great interview, Dutchie. Thank you very much. So what we got to do now is move on. That was day 11 that came out. And it was the first interview that the Proudfoots put out. Proud Feets, whatever we call
Day
it.
7.
That was day 7.
Or day 7, I'm sorry. My apologies. Why did I say 11? Where did that even come from?
Angel number.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does it really? Because I was just throwing something out there.
Well, somebody just put that. She just said something about an angel number too. So, all right.
You look like you need an
angel number. Now we're going to go to. I think this was the first EMA update, basically, I guess, for lack of, I don't know why I can't think of what the hell I'm trying to say, but anyway, after the EMA had gotten involved, I think this was not really a presser per se, but it was they shared some info here.
It is day 7, March 3rd, 2024, on the last interview that we covered.
Yes.
For anybody, there's any confusion, what you think anybody said, March 3rd, day 7, 2024.
Right.
Are you doing everybody's interviews or just
well, I was gonna ask you guys. I was thinking about it. What do you guys think? Do you think we should?
Mm.
I think that if we do, then it needs to be much quicker, like sped up.
Oh, well, and I was going to do that, but I didn't want anybody saying they weren't getting it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. So, yeah, I think I'll figure out a way to make it go faster because that's fine.
I'm not so sure how much these news stories at a certain point are going to have any value because
right,
who's talked the least is the news.
Agreed.
Say that again. What did you say? A moose?
No, I said that the news will eventually become non-important because the news hasn't been covering it like YouTube and so on.
Yeah, we're only going to go so far with this stuff, okay, and some of the other stuff. So up to a certain point, we don't need it anymore, and it won't make a difference. So, yeah. Now, this here was dropped February 29th. This is, I believe this was the first interaction with EMA coming out and making statements. So,
hey, Blake, Queen was perfectly okay with what we did, but if you want to call people hillbillies, you get the fuck up out of here. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Hillbillies?
Yeah, we're apparently hillbillies because, we're getting mad that there's nonsense in the comments, but yet we went into Queen's Live. First of all, that was my team that went into Queen's Live. It wasn't Dago's team. So understand who you're talking about. That was my team.
Have a good day, Balake. Thank you.
Golly, what's with all these names that are just not normal in here?
Well, because people want to know the real story, but you're going to have some trolls that come in.
They're trolling. That's all it is. Welcome, Hope for Snoopy. Hillbilly. I'll be a hillbilly all day. I don't care. I guarantee you won't knock on this hillbilly's front door.
Careful.
Tired of these people. Moving forward, folks. Thank you guys. For those of you that are here for a good reason, and those of you that are here for this, thank you very much for this and for being here. Very much.
I want to get to this breaking news.
Sorry, guys. I was trying to give you the February 29th to 24 is when this came out through Channel 2 again, I believe.
February
News right now. I'm Mark Kelly from the WKRN.com alert desk. We're expecting any moment right now an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
Here in a few moments, I'll go through some slides and show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds, and if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond. And then we'll go into when Chief's ready. We're going to go into pictures and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day one, and all of the rings you see are a fixed wing aircraft, TBI's fixed winged aircraft, and they use a FLIR, and they do a continual circle on a 2-mile ring. And the video quality and the pictures that they produce are amazing. And the lines that you see that are going all over the place, the green and the purple and the blues, those are helicopters, THP Metro. And then all of the lines in the middle, when you draw that in, those are our foot searchers. So in the first 2 days,
right there,
I'll go over 2,000 miles of personnel on the.
Yes, ma'am.
THP was mentioned.
Yeah, they're helicopters. So that's the first time Tennessee Highway Patrol has been mentioned.
Bingo. Good catch, Mom.
This right here that you're seeing, if I'm not mistaken, is Nashville Metro Police Department's mounted unit. This is not
mounted unit. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a whole nother unit that you might want to write down.
The date for this one was February 29th. Yeah, February 29th, for those of you who didn't catch it. Okay, Carrie, thank you.
Didn't mean to yell. I just wanted to stop you before we got too far.
No, you're fine. That's, again, thank you. Anybody else got anything? No? Okay. That's the search area there that they've got, by the way, guys, so you know. And this is the good gentleman's name that's speaking is Ken Widener. Is the director for the EMA, I do believe.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Right. There we go. Moving on.
On foot doing searches in those search areas. If you want to go to the next page. So that's day 2. And you can see we're continuing to expand those search areas, and you'll see clues, you'll see markers. If a searcher finds something, they mark it. We send a detective or detectives to that scene or to that area. And if they find evidence, we haven't found any evidence. And but if they find something that they think is substantial, CID investigates it. Go on to the next day. That's the next day TBI was back. That second day we had really bad weather with rain. And so these are the rings from TBI again. And they did some almost tri-oval type figures when we were looking at particular areas, and they were looking at streams at that time, and a lot of helicopter, and then more ground troops. And then we got one more day. And then today we're expanding west, and you can see those areas that personnel are searching. And so what we do is we get them in, and we've got an app that they utilize, and they create tracks, and you can see the tracks in those sections as they do the search. And we've got several other things going on. We're utilizing drones, K9, and UTVs, ATVs, horses, aircraft, and anything at our disposal to get Sebastian located.
Like Director Widener said, what you didn't see on there was any drone track. The drones aren't tracked on Sartopo. What you didn't see on there were several assets that didn't have the app that day. So what you're seeing is what we know we have tracked. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family has been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement in our investigation. We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the public is out there and you have a house close by or not close by, right? Check your property twice a day. If you find something, call us. If you have trail cams out on properties that you hunt, check them. If there's an image that you think could be Sebastian, call us. Any tip that you have, call us. We want to bring Sebastian home.
And when the chief says, even if it's not right here, so I actually spoke to the incident commander of a search operation that happened west of here, and a 14-year-old went missing, was found 9 days later, 6.2 miles from home. So we're looking at, we don't want to go out too far, too fast, but even if you live in Davidson County, if you live in Robertson County, if you live anywhere in Sumner County and adjoining counties that you think he could have made it to your property, search those creeks, streams, tributaries, ponds, barns, outbuildings, vacant homes, anything, any place that you think he could be.
One tip, if you're searching your property, is to search it in pairs. If we have aerial assets up and they see someone walking alone through a field, we're going to deploy resources to make sure that is not Sebastian. Secondly, if you're out searching your field and something happens to you, someone needs to be able to call for help and tend to you while we're on the way to help you. So if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, we put rain gear on and we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature is going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So,
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him walking?
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
But there hasn't been one video that you guys have had that you said that's...
There's not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera.
Gotcha.
Hey, there you go.
Able to pick up on a scent or something that can lead you to...
Okay, that was really interesting. Did anybody else pick up what he said?
I think so.
Sorry, say that again. My dogs are barking.
It's all right. I'm just wondering if anybody else picked up what he was just saying right there.
No confirmed sighting of him on camera.
So before that, if you go back a little bit, he says, we have had several pieces of video clips sent into us. Most of those were not Sebastian. And then he follows up with, there has not been a single one that has been confirmed to be Sebastian.
Okay, we're going back. See if I go back far enough.
Doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him walking?
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
But there hasn't been one video that you guys had that you said that's...
There's not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera.
Gotcha.
Was any
Damn, that's
pick up on a scent or something that can lead you to...
There it is, folks.
That's interesting, though.
There's not a confirmed dog track either.
Yes, there you go. There you go. That's a...
Say that again out loud, Cletus.
I said there's not a confirmed dog track either.
Right.
So, but if you notice, I want to point out, so when the reporter asked the question, it appears like that Mr. Wilder is about to answer. And then the chief deputy officer right there, he actually, if you hear, he gets louder than everybody to make sure that he's the one that talks. If you go back, you'll see what I'm talking about. It changed his whole... Anyway, there's something about that right there, in my opinion.
Well, if you listen to the one they did before this, I think Widener caught himself talking about a sighting.
Yep.
Because then he said there have been no sightings of him real fast, right?
Wait, wasn't this the first one EMA did?
No.
No. Yeah, I'm talking about it was earlier on when he was talking and he's like,
oh, okay.
Something. And he goes, there have been no sightings of him.
Just like what he just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said something, then he changed it and was like, it's the words that this guy is using, and he's done it the whole time.
Got you. Sam says to pay attention to the end too, because she feels like the director was cut off for saying something then too. So I'm going to back it up again a little bit, and we're going to hear that one more time and just listen to everything they're saying, I guess, and watch their body language and so on and so forth.
So if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, We put rain gear on when we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature is going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So,
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him walking?
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
But there hasn't been one video that you guys have had that you said that's...
There is not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera.
Gotcha.
Was any of the canines able to pick up on his scent or something that can lead you to maybe a direction where he might have been?
We've done that. We've actually cast the dogs at intersections to see if they take us. And our dogs are scent specific, and we have scent articles from the home, and they have not. We have gotten some tracks away from the home, and we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously.
You mentioned that you've covered about 2,000 miles, correct? What's the word on the amount of volunteers and people helping?
We'll address that later.
That was
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Back up, guys. Right about here, I think. Wait a minute.
And we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously. Sections to see if they take us, and our dogs are scent specific, and we have scent articles from the home, and they have not. We have gotten some tracks away from the home, and
what did that guy say?
Right there. We have gotten some tracks away from the home.
Yes, what he said was, we have gotten some tracks away from the home, but nothing that leads us to Sebastian.
Mm-hmm. What do you take from that? Thank you, Doodle. What do you take from that?
I take it as they've gotten more than one track.
Yeah.
Well, they had 15 dogs, 13 to 15 dogs. And remember, I kept pushing this, not to go back, but that numerically and statistically, there were more dogs that didn't go to the retention pond than did.
Well, wait a minute, though. Are these tracks that are leading away from the home? Is that what he's saying?
That's not what he said. He actually
That's what
said
I'm
the
asking.
opposite. He actually said the opposite. He said nothing around the house, but there were away from the house. It wouldn't have made sense if he'd have said we had some that led away from the house, but it didn't,
So they have some tracks away from the house, but none of those tracks lead to Sebastian. So they're not Sebastian's.
No, that's not what that means.
No, it just means he hadn't found him.
That smell didn't lead them to finding Sebastian. It does not mean it's not Sebastian's smell.
Okay.
So
they're unconfirmed dog hits. He says that. Well,
so like if
I
so,
predict,
example,
I'm looking into my crystal ball and I see that in the near future he's gonna say they're unconfirmed dog hits.
Right. Because you gotta think about this. If the dogs had followed a scent to a shoe, right, then that is a confirmed hit on Sebastian, right? But if the dog doesn't actually find either evidence of that person being there, shoe, shirt, whatever, and it doesn't find the person, then that's not a,
Right. Okay.
we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously.
You mentioned that you've covered about 2,000 miles, correct? What's the word on the amount of volunteers and people helping?
We'll address that later. We've still got plenty of, and what you got to understand is span of control and manageability. And I know there's a lot of talk out there. You need to get more people out there, but we've got to do it coordinated, and we've got to be able to monitor and ensure the safety of our searchers. So right now we've got so many public safety assets that we can track and we can communicate with, that we are in good shape right now. And we are just.
Unfortunately, we don't know as of yet, Draw.
discussing the possibility of going into volunteers.
We have begun the conversation of coordinating with local volunteer groups. Should we need them, there's a plan in place. What I don't want is to have 1,000 people out in the woods, someone get injured, and now we have to deploy resources to them that should be deployed to get Sebastian home safely. As of right now, I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to world-renowned detectives from the Middle Tennessee area, and every one of them has said we're doing everything that we should be doing. We're doing everything that we can. I'm open to ideas. If someone's got an idea that we're not applying yet, let me know. I'll apply it.
Do you know how many hours, how many miles you guys have clocked in and searched so far? 2,000
by foot the first 2 days. We're not tracking hours now. We'll put all that together. We'll do an after action report. But now we're going through the day, preparing this afternoon for tomorrow. We've got a team that's doing that. We've even got the tax assessor's office working with us on additional mapping for streams and creeks that we want to make sure we're covering. And I'll tell y'all, we're hitting streams and creeks heavy. So that's something we need done is creeks, streams, tributaries checked, because the watershed from the Tyree Springs area coming down in here. One thing I've learned about autism is the stamina, the pain threshold, the drive in these men and women, young boys and young girls is greater than ours. Okay. So the particular case in northern Mississippi and West Tennessee, this young man walked until he passed out. And when they got to him, he was laying face down and they were like, oh my, but he was unconscious. And they've done stories on him. And so that's something we're looking at, and we urge people to get out and check those locations. A lot of farms in Sumner County, a lot of creeks in Sumner County, check them.
I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm really focused on getting Sebastian home, and we need to get back out and make sure we're doing everything we can. I really appreciate you guys being here and covering the story. And as soon as there's an update, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back here at the WKRN.com alert desk, you just got the latest update from law enforcement there in Sumner County as the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers now enters day 4, and they continue making that push for property owners in the area to continue searching their own property twice a day, looking for Sebastian. At this point, they say Sebastian walked off. The family is cooperating with the investigation. We're going to have much more coming up on News 2 at 3, but now back to your local programming.
Okay, did everybody get everything they want out of that so far?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys.
Everybody's still good in the comments?
I was looking. I think so. All right. Moving. Let's see.
Put a 1 in the comment if you've seen something that made you go, huh, that you had never seen before. If everything that we've seen today you've seen, put a 2 in the comments. I'm curious.
Well, we're just getting started, folks, so plenty more to look at. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to go to 1 second.
Pretty interesting. Overwhelmingly, people have learned something they didn't know before today. That's awesome.
All right, we're going to go to what I'm going to guess. I believe this was the first interview, one of the first interviews that Seth put out. Okay, he did it with Vinnie Paladin from Court TV. We're going to look at
Seth. Oh shit. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh shit. I thought I was muted.
No, we heard every bit of that. You're good. This was April 3rd. So it took Seth a while to come out before, excuse me, to come out and do these. interviews for a while. So we're just gonna go with this real quick, and we're gonna bounce some things around, and we'll find it all. But we're gonna be closing this down here soon, pretty soon for today. But we will be back again tomorrow to do it again. Hell, maybe even tonight. I don't know.
There you go.
Oh, that's right, March 3rd.
There
You
you
have
go.
people.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Go ahead.
You have people in chat that are asking about the FBI. So the FBI was mentioned in Duchess's interview. It was when they were talking about the card team was not on the ground, that the TBI reached out to the card team to clear that up. And as far as EquiSearch, they have been in and out, but they said that they are no longer going to announce when they're going to be there to search.
Right. Yeah, because they don't want anybody knowing when they're there to cause the commotion that they had to deal with last time.
Yep.
Welcome, Gray.
Chat so I can help watch too. So
Oh,
I'm just trying to watch
you're
her
fine.
questions.
We got to put this all down the way we can. What were you trying to say, Cletus?
His first interview was March 5th with Nick Barris. His second interview was March 18th with Terry Lynn.
Oh, that's right. See? Told you.
His third was March 21st with JLR, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe the 20th with the lab.
The first time that FBI was involved at all, though, and I think that Mom said this, but it's a little bit off. Y'all can correct me if I'm right, if I'm wrong. When it comes to the FBI and the CART team, they actually, what they said was they were going to work with them remotely on whatever they needed, but that they were actively helping on day 3. So if you look
with
at
electronics, though, right?
Well, it was anything they needed. So I'm assuming electronics, any type of, it really said anything you need that they would be working on. So technically by March 3rd, the FBI was already involved. It was just satellite involvement at that point.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions in chat that we can answer before we go forward? Well, I didn't ignore anything. I saw wow, you guys are just, Jesus. It's earlier on in the video, Draw, but Dago kind of ignored it. Okay. What are we talking about here, Draw? What's wrong? I can help find it for you, or answer the question at least. I don't want anybody to be missing out on anything. I promise. I don't ignore things. I just might have missed something. Oh, absolutely. You can. No worries. Hold on a minute.
Okay, Caroline, we literally just watched where it said TBI contacted FBI, and the specific department of the FBI that they talked to was the
card.
They were looking for to see if they could use the resources from the BAU and the card team.
Right.
Yeah,
they didn't.
BAU
They didn't
and card
talk
team.
to either one specifically. They contacted the FBI to see if it was if those teams were pertinent to this investigation.
And the FBI responded with, "They will help. We will help you with whatever you need remotely." That was on March 3rd. So the CART team is part of the, what's it called?
It's the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment. They're part of the FBI.
No, I know.
Welcome, Doc. Can you hear me?
That's the card.
Yeah, hi. I'm not upset about anything. I just had a comment. Comment.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. I don't know why it's being said that I ignored it. I miss things all the time because there's
Oh
a
my
lot.
God, this is like drama chat tonight.
I know it's crazy today, but either way, I'm sorry. What's
No,
up?
don't nothing. No, here. I don't know if Clue is still there.
Yes, she's here.
Hey, honey. But weeks ago, I don't expect you to remember this. Up on this very channel here, I mentioned to you all that, and again, this is no shade at all.
Yeah.
To Katie or Chris.
Right.
Yeah. But what I found frustrating, and I feel from this is, I don't know if this is the first presser, but the presser confirms this to me, is that they got tunnel vision. And when Chris said initially, nope, we don't allow any internet. We have all the parental controls and governors, and there's no way he could have gotten onto anything. And then Katie was like, no, he didn't have his shoes. they really painted themselves into a corner, not purposefully, but I think in some ways maybe Chris was trying to demonstrate that, he's a responsible parent, doesn't let his kid on the internet.
I honestly took
Wait.
I took his actions and response, and if I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
That's right.
I was thinking about that a while ago when he was talking, and I'm like, it almost seems like he's speaking about things that he has a reference for. Not really so much as him puffing his chest, but more of these are things he can relate to.
No, I didn't feel that he was puffing his chest. What do you mean? But I want to finish my thought, and then may I ask you, or before I finish my thought, may I ask you, what do you mean he can relate to?
Well, go ahead and finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were
okay. No. So here's my thing. Okay, now of course I Jesus.
It's okay.
Wait. It was brilliant too. Right, sure.
There's a lot to take in.
There's a lot.
You said it painted him in the corner.
Yes, and I'm not saying that he purposefully was trying to say he walked off. That's the only option. But by saying there's no internet possibility, he doesn't really have any little friends at school. They said no to all these other questions. They painted themselves into a corner in the sense that it was like, so he didn't get lured, so no friends could have, convinced him to go out, whatever. And I felt at that moment, and this listening now to this presser, I feel that the presser, even the authorities got tunnel vision. They're looking one track, which is he walked away, he's run away or whatever. And I'm hoping to God they are, and I'm assuming since Truth just said this, that most likely they did pull all the electronics and everything. But it bothers me that the authorities in that presser didn't say, at the very least, give us some reassurance to say, we think it was, he could have walked off. But of course, we're looking into the possibility of a perpetrator. We're looking into it just, to me, feels like they're on a one freaking track.
Well, there was nothing there to prove that there was a perpetrator as up to that, or else they would have told us. And
No. I'm not saying that. Oh, sorry.
That's right. You have to think about something. When he talks about the electronics and the internet access, I haven't seen, and y'all can correct me if you want to, that to be false on Chris and Katie's side yet. What I have seen is that same level of security wasn't used at Seth's house, and if
it was non-existent.
So if you listen to what we listened to earlier, Chris says that their rules at their house are one way, and the rules at Seth's are another.
Yeah,
so he was speaking from in my house, and it's almost kind of cross-pointing the blame at Seth unintentionally or intentionally.
Right. It's subtle. It's subtle.
Right. Yeah. So my point is a guilty, and I'm just going to throw this out here, a guilty person would never lock themselves into a story that tight.
Exacto. And that is exactly what I said to Clue. I don't expect anybody to remember, and to Dago weeks ago, is that they would have been a fool to have locked themselves and painted themselves into a corner, which put to me more likelihood that they were not guilty because they painted themselves into only one possibility, which is foolish if you're guilty. I totally agree with you. What I guess what I'm saying to you, Mr. Truth, is, and St. Cletus, is it feels like I get what you're saying, that there may have been, Chris was speaking only and can only speak of his home.
Yeah.
But the public, we didn't know there's another father. They don't get along. They do get along. The rules are different. All of that got lost on me anyway for weeks. And it would have been nice to have known. I don't know, man. That's all I want to say.
No, you're good, Draw. I mean, that's what this is all about. That's why we're going back. And just to reiterate, we're acting. I know coming in here brand new today, it seems like, what the hell is everybody doing? Like, we're acting like we don't know this or that. We're doing that on purpose to try to go back to the very, very beginning and watch this as if we've never seen it before. That's why. And it's very hard to do this because we do know too much. So we're just trying to keep a wide open mind on this as we're hearing this again, as if we did the first time, and going forward from there to pick up on anything we may have not got the first time, and so on and so forth. So that's why we're doing it. Like, I'm sorry. I should have been more detailed with it in the chat, but I've been, as you can tell, struggling with the chat today for whatever reason.
You're putting little fires out.
Yeah.
Now, here's my question,
So
guys. Oh, my question is this the first presser?
that was, yes, that one that we
So,
just watched was.
What bothers me, guys, is unless I mean, I've been listening to you, so unless I had some sort of brain fart while they were talking, I didn't hear them say any clarity of timeline on this kid. I didn't hear them say that he's a child with autism, high functioning. I didn't hear him. They didn't give us anything of substance about this child. Or
I caught that too, and I wondered if they didn't do that because it had been put out on the news. But at the same time, that's kind of that's the whole point in a presser. Is it or is it not?
Unless
yes.
Oh wait, unless.
Well, I
Oh, sorry.
almost took this as this guy is more worried about being out there searching for him, but he knows people are going to ask questions, so he just gave them an opportunity to ask. They wouldn't be there if they couldn't report on who they were asking questions about. I really, because you saw him cut him off, and he's like, "We're wasting time." So I almost feel like he gave the presser to like give a little update and then ask your questions and let us get back to work.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that is what it is, Clue, because he was really in a hurry to get the hell out of there so they could go back to whatever they're doing, but knew that they had to give the public something to grab a hold of.
Yeah.
To go, you know what I mean? That's exactly how I took that as. So I agree with you 100% on that.
And I agree with you too. But then I look at the part of the public that is my, simple-minded person that I am. And I am going, wait a second, who is this kid? Wait a second, what is this backdrop? Wait a second.
And
that's when they left to me. And by doing, yes, I totally agree that they were quick to get back. They were just trying to give a quick update. But the failure of the authorities to give something succinct and clear from the beginning, I believe, provided this vacuum where all this freaking gossip, rumor, drama, speculation began to fester. People are like, "Oh, I heard he wore diapers. Oh, I heard this. Oh, I heard that." I'm like, I'm like, where did everybody get all this information? Get me?
I do agree, but however, I agree with one thing. I think that's the natural order of the internet these days. We're all going to take it and pick it apart and pick a villain. And the only villains in the beginning were the only two that were speaking. Right? Then comes the advocate for the bullshit. And it didn't let up, and it still hasn't let up.
No.
And now he has an entire team promoting the bullshit.
Right.
Also in this, you have to understand that they went into this news conference from a broadcast. The broadcast had already opened up with who Sebastian was, why they were looking for him. They were waiting for it to begin. So I'm assuming that TBI or the Sheriff's Department TBI told the news stations, you set it up. We're going to come on and talk about the pointed particulars, and y'all handle it after that. And that's what it looked like to me. It didn't look abnormal at all.
Okay, you guys are so smart. You guys are really smart. I feel really kind of idiotic.
No, don't ever.
No, but I didn't catch all the subtleties of this. I mean,
you're a doctor, for Christ's sakes, Draw. Don't feel dumb at all, please.
No, I'm not. But I mean, maybe behind the times, who the hell knows? I didn't know that this was like leading or there had been a lead in. So
yeah,
maybe
but
I
we've
missed.
been listening. You just came in, and we've been listening for like 5 hours.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault at all.
Okay. Okay. But here, can I just ask one more question, since you guys are obviously a wealth of knowledge?
As many as you want to ask, Doc.
Okay. This goes to St. Cletus, to Truth, to Clue, and to Dago, and anybody else that wants to chime in. Could somebody in like 3 sentences or fewer tell me where the hell did the whole thing come about with the diaper thing and all these sort of disparaging? I know where the whole essay thing came in. I know that was Seth. Could somebody help me?
I can tell you 100%.
Go.
They came from the same place that everything else has come from. It wasn't spoken publicly on the internet by that individual, but that is why it was brought out in the first place.
Right.
Wait, so it
Yeah.
was somebody. It was. How did it get brought out? That's. I don't want
There,
to perpetuate it.
Seth mentioned it in the public, but in one-on-one conversations, those questions about that got prodded to Chris and Katie, and it got spoke about on the internet by Chris and Katie because the questions were out there.
I disagree. I could swear he said that on Pascal, but I might be fucking crazy.
But they talked about it before that, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
they talked about it
Chris.
In the second interview.
Oh,
with
maybe
Duchess,
they did.
Because
Yeah.
the second interview with Duchess is where the attacks online, like everybody got to see it occur in real time.
Right.
Okay, so I'll stay tuned for that because
Yeah, we're
all
going to
I'm
be
gonna
covering all of this. Absolutely all of it.
Good. I'm here. I'm on vacation. I'm in a little cottage all by myself in the middle of freaking nowhere, off radar, and it's creepy. So I've been like listening to you guys to get.
You're in a creepy cabin by yourself, so you're listening to true crime.
Yeah, I'm listening to the friendly voices because I don't even wouldn't even know what a gun looked like. Let me tell you.
Well, it sounds relaxing, honestly, but
no, it is. I'm busy. I'm busy knitting. I'm in the middle of knitting a boa for our friend Clue in the color fuchsia.
now.
I'm having a grand old time.
Look
at her. That's for sexy time.
That's for sexy time.
Yes.
I have a question. All right.
Yeah.
So since we're kind of reviewing before we go on kind of what we've already seen.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Katie says, I'm going to say this before I read this.
Okay.
Up to this point, if this is all that I saw, and then I knew what I know now, I might look at Katie sideways. Okay. Again, I have to look at Katie sideways at this point. At this point in the videos. Okay. Let's
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we all did in the beginning. The first time. I agree.
Yeah. Well, but no, even though we're not supposed to know what we know now, there's still some things we know. So my biggest thing is, so she did fall asleep on the couch for 2 hours. Right?
I don't
but
know.
Part of that, well, that's what she says. She says she said she fell asleep on the couch and woke up and went to bed.
Right.
But
did they stay on the phone?
Well, he said earlier they were on the phone from 10 o'clock to midnight, right?
No, he said they were on the phone from 9:43 or 9:46 to midnight.
And then he said he had to wake her up and say, "Hey, it's time to go to bed. Go put the dogs up and get to bed." She was falling asleep.
Sebastian went to bed at 9, is what she said, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now Sebastian went to bed at 9, and she's sitting on the couch on the phone with Chris. And Chris said that she started to fall asleep while they were talking. So he said, "Hey, why don't you go put the dogs up and go to bed? You're falling asleep."
But Katie says something different. That's what I'm pointing out. Katie says that she fell asleep on the couch and woke up.
And went to sleep.
Went
to bed. Yeah.
So if she was asleep, how could she hear the thud?
Correct.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
And why be on the phone?
And why, unless you fell asleep on the phone? And the only thing I attribute to that is Chris being in the crane working. Was right. He had to be working night shift for him to be there that morning before 7 a.m. Right?
Yeah.
So he's got her in his ear, like he explained. We'll hear that later. But she falls asleep while he's in there working and talking to her. I could see that happening, but that still doesn't change the fact that she says right here she fell asleep. And then he said something to her around midnight to get her to get up and go to bed. Well, if you had fallen asleep and you said the last time you heard from Sebastian was 10:30, that's an hour and a half after he went to bed. So why would you be hearing something an hour and a half after he went to bed?
Did the thud
hear it while you're asleep?
Did the thud wake her up? Because she claims when she hears the thud, she says, "Hey, Bubba, did you fall out of bed? Are you okay?" And he responds with, "I'm good, Mom," or "I'm fine. Everything's fine. Go to bed or go to sleep." That's what.
Maybe she fell asleep after the thud. Like when he was in bed, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is possible.
But still, then that means that no, that can't work. because he said that he got on the phone with her at 9:34. She said Sebastian was in bed by 9. But if I'm not mistaken, and we might have to watch this coming up, but didn't Chris allude at the fact that he was on the phone with her while Sebastian was awake?
I believe so.
So then that's a
We're going to be watching more interviews. I agree with you. There's things that are different. We'll say that. And we can put that together. That's what this is all about, you guys. So those are good points. That's a very good point, to be honest with you. We need to get the timeline straight, like right on point. So we're going to have to hear multiple interviews to get all those pieces put in where they go. I believe, because I believe we heard, and I don't know, one of you guys, Clue, anybody, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we hear within the matter of like 3 to 4 interviews, all of these pieces that made that whole timeline go together? Anybody? Somebody?
I mean, I wouldn't be questioning if that was the case.
What was the question?
I said, didn't we hear within the span of maybe 2 to 3 different interviews how all the timeline pieces went together? Because it went from one thing and it changed over to a different time. Okay.
Yeah, further in the future, I think.
That's how the timeline all fell together and everybody got comfortable. But I see what you're saying, though, Truth, because it does bring into question a certain couple things. I'll say that much. She added more, I'm going to say, in a couple more interviews. And like I said, I think that first interview, it was just kind of traumatic in a sense to her, because you heard she couldn't hold herself together very well to answer questions. Now, here's the thing. Chris speaking on things is in my opinion, I should say this, is Chris's point of view based on what he knows from what he knew from being on that phone call and from what he was told. Okay. Chris was not there. So Chris can't draw a perfect portrait of what happened. He's going on what he was told and what he heard, in my opinion, I should say. So it's going to be a little bit off, I'm going to guess. Okay.
Well, because Chris's exact words are, I was on the phone with her between either 9:43 or 9:46. Quote, Mom started slightly falling asleep on the couch.
Yes.
I told her to wake up, put the dogs up, and go to bed around midnight.
KP,
now, and then, of course, the rest.
Let's add one more thing to that, too. I know we haven't heard that yet, but we have to throw this in there. Wasn't it said that Katie was studying while she was on the phone as well?
Yes.
Okay. Right. I just wanted to clarify that. I know we haven't got there yet, but I do want to put that in there so that doesn't get lost.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, moms fall asleep. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a problem with the fact that she fell asleep, right? Or that she was tired or anything like that. What I have a problem with is, how could you be asleep until you were told at midnight you're falling asleep? How do you that's okay, never mind.
We're gonna get to that. I know what you're saying. I do know what you're saying, Truth. Believe me. I have these same questions, and I have, but we're gonna get to that. I promise you we are.
Okay.
I want to. I want to. All right, so this is I think this is the first one. This was
Stop wicked.
I think after this we'll probably bring her down for tonight, at least this show. This is 2 months ago, March 11th. Did you say this was the first interview with Seth, which was Nick Barris, Cletus?
March 5th.
So Nick Barris did another one?
So Nick Barris went to the vigil on the 2nd.
Stop.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was this. It may be the right one. I don't know. If it's Seth standing outside with his hat on.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what that one was. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. Hold on a minute. All right, give me a second, guys, to set this up for you. Boom, here it is. Okay, hold on. All right. That's the question that we're trying to answer, Michelle, and we'll get it answered. We'll put it together at some point. I can guarantee it. Okay, here we go with this.
Past 2 weeks looking for Sebastian.
I'm hoping he's still alive. You know, that's my main hope right now, is that he's not deceased. I mean, I keep praying that he's alive. I keep praying that somebody's going to see him, that somebody's going to call 911.
Seth's 15-year-old son disappeared barefoot and with a flashlight from his mother and stepfather's home in Hendersonville either late on Sunday, March 3rd or early that Monday. Seth knows the key to finding his son may come from a tip. Several photographs have already been made public, and now he's released 2 video clips of Sebastian. In this first one, you see Sebastian up front on the left in yellow shorts, participating in a tug-of-war with fellow students.
And if you watch, he got swung around at the end like a little rag doll, and it's like, well, he gave it his best.
This second video shows Sebastian walking at his middle school graduation.
I was very proud of him. I mean, he successfully completed something.
Seth says his son, who is autistic, is not a wanderer. He finds it highly unlikely Sebastian would leave in the middle of the night barefoot, based on an experience his son had as a child.
He decided that he wanted to step into a mound of what he thought was dirt, and it was fire ants. And since then, it's always been, he doesn't like to get his feet in the dirt. He likes to have his socks and shoes on.
Seth won't rule out the possibility of foul play, that someone is involved in his son's disappearance. And if Sebastian is able, he says he needs to call for help.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son, and he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine. And he's mine.
Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Today, authorities have named no suspects and say that all of Sebastian's parents continue to cooperate with the investigation.
Cooperate. So one thing I noticed on that right away is the first thing that he's saying in that interview is that he's hoping he's still alive. Right out of the gate when he first starts talking to Nick, I hope he's still alive. I hope he's okay. I hope hoping he's still alive. And I know we're not supposed to do this, but I have to at this point. If you go down the road, that was never talked about by Seth in those other interviews, right or wrong.
True. Talked about by Seth in those other. What do you mean?
Like he never even said anything like that. He said, I know where he's at, or I know he's alive. I know he's well. He's this and that. I'm not saying that means anything, guys. I'm just saying this very in the beginning here.
No, I agree.
Okay, you see what I'm saying then. I'm just making note of that. That's all I'm saying.
I thought it was interesting that he made the comment, no one owns him, but he's mine.
Yeah.
Yes. I know. Okay, so there's that first one, I guess. I don't think that was, though. The first interview was with Pascal, wasn't it?
It's amazing cooperation.
His first interview was with Terry Lynn.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
And then his second.
And it's 4 hours.
And his second one, I think, was with the lab.
All right, well, we're not going to do those tonight.
Yeah, he did several before he went on Pascal.
Okay. We're not going to do those tonight. But we are going to speed through those. I'll have to say that much because I can't. We don't have the time to do that. So at this point, are you guys comfortable with calling it a night on this for right now? Or okay, I'm just saying we've been here for almost 5 hours, so I'm like, okay, we got a decent amount of stuff in, and we're gonna pick it up tomorrow. Hopefully, I will be here earlier tomorrow. I'm praying to God I can do it. I'm gonna try to be live between 12:30 and 1. Okay, depending on what else is going on. So, Truth. I see Doc dropped off and Mom had to go do something. So, Truth and Clue, Cletus, do you have anything to take out of any of this so far? Anything to put out there? Any of that?
I'm with Truth on the whole weirdness and the way that was worded or whatever. Like hoping, but then switching to knowing.
That's the first thing I took from that. Myself, is that as soon as they started talking,
and the possessive portion,
yeah, oh yeah,
right? Like from the jump.
Well, it was the
Because
passive aggressive. It was like passive aggressive possession.
yeah, because knowing that the other side has already spoken and there was none of that in there.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you.
If you listen, and we just did, obviously, but if you've been in here the whole time, every interview we've heard, and this doesn't mean guilt, this just shows the difference in how people are handling it. And it also may really mean that it shows the difference between having a significant other there to stand with you and not having that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
everything that Chris said, and even everything that, I mean, literally the quote was, what was the quote that was so crazy? Hold on. There was a quote that said, "He is amazing." Is that what it was? She said, Katie said, his father is very involved in his life, and he's,
damn it.
It was a quote. What was it? Because it shocked all of us. Like,
I gotta go all the way back to the beginning of my notes to find it, but I wrote it down too. Damn it.
Maybe it was Chris that said it. Hold
up. His father is very involved, and then he says, he goes into that, like, the relationship that we have is not a typical relationship. It's kind of strange. You know, he calls and says, you know, how's he doing? What's going on? We talk a lot, stuff like that. I just did like shorthand notes, but shit, where is it? I can't find it now, damn it. Hold on. Go ahead. I'm just gonna look for it.
I'm looking too.
Well, and I'm just gonna point out, I know we're not supposed to know this until the future, but this is well after the whole getting angry.
The GoFundMe came out March. That was the 29th when that all went down, I believe.
Right.
Yes.
3 days in. So even after that, it's still not a
no, there was no
bashing or
right. There was no animosity. There was nothing but positiveness directed towards Seth from that thing. So yeah. Now there was a couple. I did pick up a couple comments that were kind of Chris doing Chris.
Okay,
you know,
he says,
and the last thing, you gonna let me finish my turn?
Maybe. Sorry.
The last thing for me would have been when he says,
really? Where'd you go? You're an asshat, Clue. I swear to God. Thank you, Clue, for joining us.
What was said was, father, mother, and myself are extremely cooperative.
Yes.
Like they co-parent.
Yes.
Like their co-parenting is, you know what I mean? And
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, there was no animosity in that I could draw from that at that point at all, even though there was that disagreement that was had. So, no, I agree. Thank you, Clue, for helping us with this and joining us. Don't forget the shoot. Hold on one second. Can you hold this up for me for a second, Truth?
I got you.
I'll be right back.
Should I jump off while he's not here? I'm just kidding. Guys, it was a great conversation today. Absolutely great conversation. I appreciate everybody in the chat that's been going along with this. This is going to take, obviously, like you said, a few days. But I think it's totally going to be worth it, because even me, I'm looking at it going, oh, that's fucking interesting. Because when you write things down, it really, really matters. So right after this live, right after Dago's live, Sergeant Friday, if somebody can put his link in the bottom. No, that was a great drop, Clue. I'll give you points for that one. But if somebody will drop Sarge's link at the bottom, y'all go check out Sarge tonight. super fucking informational. You will fall in love with Sarge or you will hate him, but at least go give him a listen. And then after Sarge tonight, I will be going live around 9 o'clock. And as always, we'll have the end of the night live. But y'all go check out Sarge. It's right there. And then at 10 o'clock, normally they go for an hour over there. So between 9 and like 9:15, I'll be going live for my night live. All right, guys? Oh, yeah, Clue. He was invested, super invested. I've been printing transcripts. That's cool. We've been writing it all down by hand. All writing it down by hand. Yes, all my Rooster squad will be meeting at about 9 o'clock. So y'all be ready to throw down tonight, Rooster style. A little cock-a-doodle-doo action. You know what I'm saying? It's almost 8 o'clock here.
All right, sorry guys. So I think that was a great conversation. This was an awesome idea. I wanted to do this for a while. No time than the present to do this with everything going on. So I think we're gonna find some things that we didn't realize it before, maybe misheard. And maybe we won't. But either way, it's still good to do this way. It's all about Sebastian. It's not about any of this drama stuff, okay? And that's why I wanted to do this, and it's going to give us a fresh look to it, I guess you could say. So I thank you, Truth, for joining me, and we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. So hopefully you're available to join us as well on that, as well as everybody else that did.
I got a couple meetings tomorrow, but we'll make it work.
Yeah, hopefully. And most importantly, though, I wanted to tell you, have a good day. Thank you. That's my whole point, Mom. That is my whole point. So, absolutely, 100%. Thank you again, Truth, brother. I appreciate every bit of you being here. Clue, thank you very much as well. Yes, Sarge will be live in 5 minutes, folks. So if we could drop his link out here for that as well. Everybody in chat, you guys were amazing with this. I hope everybody got notes taken or anything they wanted out of this. I'm sorry that the chat was a little bit scrunchy today, I guess we could say. Hopefully we can get that squared away and it doesn't end up that way tomorrow and from here on out. Guys, if you will, please drop some green hearts in support of Sebastian in the chat to support that, please, if you will. I want to thank all my moderators for doing what you do, all my guests that were up here today. Anybody that donated to the channel via the PayPal or the Cash App, God bless. I thank you so very much for that. It's never expected, but always appreciated because it does help to pay the bills, folks. So thank you for that. You guys are all amazing. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and please never, ever change a thing about yourselves because you guys are absolutely amazing, and I appreciate you all so very much. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Again, tune in to Sarge here in about 5 minutes. It's never a disappointment, I'll say that much. And I will see you all so very soon, guys. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye. 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 I hope what we talked about answered your question, Terry. I just saw that, and I'm sorry, but I hope we talked about it. If not, we can touch on it tomorrow.